Good morning, good evening, and I guess it would be good night for some people, and I don't mean they're going to bed, but it's probably real late somewhere around the world. What's going on there, ladies and gents? All you usual suspects? Good to have you in there as usual. Oh, yeah. Let's do an audio test here, make sure she's working good. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Let me see here and check that. All right. What's going on, everyone? Let me move this aside here, get the bench straightened out. See if we can get this thing. 2200 there in Mr. Bush Corey's area. I said I see all the usual suspects, as usual. Mimi Reacts is in there. Clerks 93. Our Martian leader's in there. He's saying hello. Mimi says, hello, Chris, and good evening, friends, and fake stones and sand. Oh, I gotta love those. Those are the best. Let's do this. Let's frighten everyone. Oh, I'm kidding. Let's see. Jerry Lahane's in there. What's going on? Woo! Of course, woo. Let's see. Mr. James Cragen's in the house. What's going on, James? Daniel Webster's in there. Hey, Daniel. I said Mr. Bush Corey's in there. He's stated it was 2,200 hours. Josh D, like I said. Well, nope, Josh D. Didn't mention him yet. Anxiety Tech. I guess that's pronounced that way. I'm sorry if it's not. Hello, fellow wokelings. Ha-ha. Absolutely. Time to wake up and smell the coffee. Paul Roche's in there. What's going on? Let's see, Tim Vognu. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. I apologize if I'm butchering your last name. Let me see, what is that? Oh, okay. Did a little skip on me there, so as I'm reading one of the comments, it seemed like two comments. I'm like, what is going on here? Yes, maybe good eye on that. I was going to mention the very same thing. Your question was, guys, have you seen the helicopter video? There's already dust on the solar panels. Yes, where it shows that two-step photo where it shows where the propeller is just like completely horizontal in the same position as the solar panels, and then it's moved. Well, it shows the solar panels. You can see there's already dust on it. Yeah, imagine that, huh? Pat Morris is in there. He says, hello, all. What's going on, Pat? Richie Boy Legend, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris. Nice to catch your stream. Hope everyone is well. I'm doing good, Richie. I hope you're doing well as well. Let's see. Let me go back down here. Where was that? Okay, here it is. Just want to go back up for a second. Martian Leader's in there. What's going on, Martian Leader? Let me see. Glenn Marsh is in there. Hi, everyone, from Cape Breton. And as glad to be with you tonight. What's going on, Glenn? Good to see you in there. Daniel Webster, anyone heard of our good friend Bruce says disclosure coming tomorrow. You know, they have 6 months to give. He says it's tomorrow, and I'm predicting right now we will learn nothing. Yeah, I wouldn't. There's got to be no predicting anything. Unbelievable. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, they're slowly letting this stuff out, so I would go with that. But as far as like full disclosure, not going to happen. Even you can almost bank on the fact that when June or July shows up, which is supposed to be the quote-unquote Pentagon's deadline, you could bet that's not going to happen. You can bet on that. But yeah, to predict it tomorrow, nah, not going to happen. Like I said, it's going to get there, though. At some point, somebody's going to slip up. Either one of the countries, you know, whatever. At some point, somebody's going to screw up. We know that, right? So, yeah. Renee Von Oosterhood, what's going on? Hi, Chris in chat. Sorry I missed last hangout. Difficult time, but I am back. Not a problem, Renee. Glad to see you in there. You know, life gets in the way sometimes. You know, you got to do what you got to do. Mr. Corey says, great videos this week, Chris. You're spoiling us. Great work, my friend. I appreciate it there, Corey. It is appreciated. Arts and Crafts is in there. Hello, Arts and Crafts. Leslie Warren's in there. What's going on, Leslie? Good to see you in there. John Sharp is in there. What's going on, Mr. John Sharp? Pork Garden's in there. What's happening? Hello, Chris and the whole crew. He's got his piece up. Peace. Let's see. I don't want to miss anybody. Dean Brazil says, hey, Chris. Hi, Chris. I just watched a couple of your moon videos. Wow. There are some seriously huge structures up there. A couple look like the Latin American pyramids of the sun and moon. Great work. Well, I appreciate it, Dean. Yeah, I mean, some of these things are huge, right? And they don't have to, they're not restricted like we are, right? They don't have the gravity to, like, pull something down. In other words, something can weigh so much. Of course, calculations, you can make some, a structure extremely rigid with steel and, cement, whatever it may be, rebar, and all that other good stuff. So, but on there, which is just a fraction of Earth's, and I mean a very slight fraction of Earth's gravity, so they can build immense structures and not have to worry about it. They can be miles high with no problem. And that's what I believe we've seen in some of these. Darren Felligon's in there and says, hey, everyone. What's going on, Darren? Let me see. You guys are talking with each other as well, so I'm just kind of like going down as see if I missed anybody. Ronnie Parker's in there. What's going on, Ronnie? He said, we are so lucky to have Chris. The vids are brilliant. Why can't more people see what he shows? Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of times we're being any channels like us are being like restricted, shadow banned, and everything else. Where, good evening there, Mr. Thumbs Down. Good to see you in there. So we're being restricted as far as, let me shut this off. My external drive, I don't need that on. As far as, people seeing the channel. Because, when you go to a video, you see your right-hand side, and it shows suggested videos and stuff like that. Well, they've gotten to the point where they just stop doing that. And if they see you doing this kind of work, they automatically assume conspiracy theorist. And I've always said, what's conspiracy about something when you can show facts to it? That's not a conspiracy. That's facts. So, and I've actually asked them that. So it's pretty funny. But that's the reason why you get limited amount of people seeing these things. That's why I always ask everybody in the videos to please share it if you can on your social networks or whatever, because it helps get the word out. And of course, the more people see it, the more awoke a lot more people become. Let's see. Ultravirus is in there. It says, hello, everybody. What's going on there, Ultravirus? I was going to say hires with virus. Elaine Millard's in there. What's going on, Elaine? Good to see you in there. Jay McGuffey's in there. He is in the house. Hey, Chris. Hey, everyone. What's going on, Jay? Let's see. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anyone. John Beck's in there. Hello, Chris, and MAAB members. What's going on, Mr. Beck? Daniel Webster says, I can see them admitting that Eisenhower agreed to let aliens abduct a certain amount of humans. Sure they do that, but they're not going to admit it or admit to it. I'm still on the fence about ETS. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if he really would say, yeah, go ahead and have at it, just pluck people off the earth anytime they want to. But you can bet that they've had, conversations, they've had meetings with them at some point. And let's say they didn't. Let's say they never did. But we're starting to see more and more of these, spacecraft and stuff like that, whether it be around the moon or, wherever, around the world, we're seeing these things. Now, a lot of them are being hoaxed by a lot of these people on videos, but a lot of them are actually the real deal. And that's what I find interesting, and I like that. So even if we were on our own, meaning we're building our own, then we'll go out there and we'll see more of our neighborhood, because we've already seen pretty much what's in our solar system. So the idea is to get out more and more solar system, and you could bet they probably had the technology to already do that. I'd be surprised even if they couldn't get there, like less than the speed of light, but they've already had people out there that can actually travel, and they're probably on their way to another planet right now as they speak. It would not even surprise me in the least bit. Now, I'm not saying that's for fact. That's just pure speculation. But that doesn't mean it isn't, right? So, yeah. Let's see. Bernard Conkin says, hey, Brother Chris, you are awesome sauce. What's going on, Bernard? Appreciate that. Haven't heard that saying in a while. You are awesome sauce. That's pretty cool. John Shub says, Chris. What's going on, John? Leslie Warren says, yes, too much chili does that to me, and it will, right there. I like that. Yeah, chili can do that to you, especially how spicy it is. And the next morning, you might find your rear end on fire. Yeah, that can be an issue. That's not good. Renee Vaughn says, thumbs up. 117 watching, 63 thumbs up. Bam. Joey Centofonte, what's going on? He said, the truth is out there. Absolutely it is, and we are seeing it piece by piece by piece, whether it be through my channel as well as others. But, again, I know a lot of you guys are familiar with a lot of other channels, and then all you got to do is just like, okay, I'm seeing this from this channel, and if they're legit, and they're not just blowing smoke, but you're taking all this information in, right? Putting the pieces together yourself. You already know the answer, right? I mean, it's really not complicated to pretty much figure this out. Oops. I hate it when I just scroll down by accident. So, whoops. Whoops. I hate it when that happens. Max K, thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for your support, as always. It's a great last post, Chris. Plenty to see there. Oh, yeah, we're going to go back over that last one, too. Because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I looked at it a different way after I had edited the video. And I looked at this particular rock, right? Looked at it a little differently, and I said, wow, what is going on here? When do you see that? And I didn't go through the whole thing. I just did these particular areas, and then we put some, just kind of drew some lines just to show you. And, wow. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, come on. Some people just say rocks. I had one guy actually say that on the video. He says, oh, yeah, they're just rocks and nothing here to see or whatever it was. I'm going, really? You see rocks? Man, that's sad. That is really sad, man. What's it like to walk around with blinders on? Or, you just can't see. I just don't understand. Because even if you didn't agree with one part, clearly there must be something there you see that's not natural. And there's plenty to see in that photo. We all know that. You guys have dropped your comments, and, there's plenty there to see. I don't even have to point this stuff out. In fact, I do that once in a while. I'll just say, hey, guys, just go ahead and I'll do a video sometime. I may do another one pretty soon where I'll just enhance it, and I'll let you guys tell me. I won't even point the stuff out. And then I'll just kind of go over real slowly. I'll say, here's some things in this area. Things I won't even mention or suggest what I think is there. And a lot of times, because I've had that years ago, somebody said that to me, well, you're making a suggestion, the power of suggestion, so therefore they're agreeing. No. There's times where I've done videos, and I've done these videos where I let you guys basically take the helm and tell me what you see, and you've come up with the same thing I have. So it's not something power of suggestion. It's what we're all seeing, right? Yeah. What's going on there, Mr. Noise Magician? Good to see you there. He says, hi, all. Anxiety Tech says, how do we get Joe Rogan to talk about this? Haha. Yeah, I mean, Joe's pretty open to a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even mind getting on with him. I mean, Joe's pretty cool. I've been following him quite a bit, being he's in MMA and all that other good stuff. And, yeah, he's open-minded. I mean, he has his own stern thoughts and, his views and everything else, which is good. But he's also open to a lot of possibilities, because you can't, until you can disprove it, it could be a 50-50 thing as far as I'm concerned. And I watch a lot of his podcast, so, yeah, good stuff. John Chubbs is 7-Eleven? Nope, Subway, bro. Yeah, Subway. What's going on, Mr. Ricardo Petraza? How do we say A or depending on how you want to pronounce it, right? Anyway, it says, he's talking to Mars the Second Genesis. Feeling any better? COVID-19 blues fading in. Yeah, man, sometimes those are lasting. I know a buddy of mine who's had those, and he says he can't think clearly anymore. He's had some people have breathing problems still. In fact, I might even have a touch of that because I think I had this thing twice. Keep in mind, I work with the public, and because I get trucks from all over the United States, you got to remember, these manufacturers manufacture all this food and supplies and everything. They then box it all. It then goes to North Carolina, and then it comes up here. Well, there's actually different parts of the United States, but it'll come up, and then these boxes come from all over the United States. Some even come from abroad. So, like China, very few, but we're handling these things all the time. And I'm almost positive I had it, December of the prior year, and then I had it again in the beginning of last year. So, yeah, but some people like lasting results, and it's like, wow, that's insane. So, is it like the regular flu? I'm not so sure about that. Jay McGuffey says the abundance of crafts up there will rewrite our physical laws. Oh, yeah. I mean, from what I understand, I hear from these higher-ups, and they'll tell you right out, listen, like I said, I had this woman in there when this COVID broke out, and she's saying the reason why a lot of times the body won't fight this COVID off is because of they made it to look like an antibody. So when it's in your body, it doesn't really attack it too well, although if you have a strong immune system, it pretty much you'll live through it, which is, 99% of the people will live through it. It's just the 1%, not so much. But that same person was in the military, and I think I told you this before, she was saying that her dad was in the military, and he would take her to these underwater big bases that like these like medical and other branches of this stuff, like research centers off the West Coast and off the East Coast. And she said, you would not, your mind can't even wrap yourself around. It's like watching Star Trek, the latest Star Trek with the technology and it's just crazy, crazy stuff. And I said, man, and like I said, I was talking to another coworker, and I said, man, I'd love to get her on my show, but she was still talking because I said, I guess you didn't hear that. I'm thinking to myself, right? But what I'd like to have got her in there. I've got a base not far from where I work, a little bit of a distance, but not bad. And it's an Army base, and so I'm wondering, at the time, if she's there, and her dad was actually Air Force, but yeah, I'd love to check that out. Jerry Lahane, you said solar cells and plenty of super fast double blades. Yeah, it should clean off them solar panels. I know what you're getting at, and might very well do that. Besides, it just dropped from the belly of the actual rover. And if you've seen the photos, like I said, they did say, we do have movement, so they are moving, which I don't know why they would say that. Clearly, they would have to. So I guess they're just doing a quick test, like, they're just turning them and saying, okay, so we know it survived the trip there. So within a week or two, that's what they're saying, we should see this thing do its first test, which is basically from the ground up and then come back down. Then it's supposed to go either side to side, or it's just supposed to go in just like elliptical or just circle and then come back and then land. So that'll be interesting to see. Now, you guys did see the very first photo, right? There's really nothing to see. It was just like dropped on the ground. And this was I think, a week or two ago. Might have been a week or two ago. Funny how they always do that. It's like, why don't you just give it to us almost like right away? Why the delay? But it's literally still underneath the actual Perseverance. Like if you see here in the photo, it's literally still underneath where it just dropped it, and it took a photo of the ground in front of it. So nothing there to see, but it's weird how they had taken about a week or so to actually show the people, which I thought was really weird, yeah. And Habert Moss says it's hot as can be here. It's not bad here. It's about 84. Heat index is 82, so the humidity is rather low. 25% humidity. Not too bad. Supposed to have rain and showers and thunder bangers tomorrow. John's saying, I still can't give bear money. Yeah, just look underneath. You should be able to click underneath there, John. You see the little dollar sign that says say something. Look underneath there. Click on that. And let me see. It says you can send a highlighted message, animated message. But so I don't know. Once you hit that, it might give you the option to whatever, like you said, bear money or whatever it is. Other people have been on here. You can help them out if you like. Guys. Anxiety Tech says they've been testing these crafts using thermoplasma. Well, a lot of them have been ion drives, and you can read them. Just put ion drive. They're actually using them and actually perfecting them now. And it would not surprise me that the actual higher-ups, the ones with the real technology, hasn't been already doing this for years. It's just now getting into the public, and if you know what I mean. Kind of like the SR-71. Now they got the SR-72 from what I hear. And that was built, or the plans were in 1940s, I think. And then it wasn't until 1950, there was like several of these crafts. And then it wasn't until the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, where it became public, declassified aircraft or plane, top secret craft plane. So, you know what I mean? So we learn about this stuff much, much later. And I guarantee you'll hear about it more and more that, yeah, this ion drive's been around for quite some time. Mimi Reacts, says Chris is the bee's knees. Buzz. You guys are awesome. Let's see. Trying to remember exactly what was said here. Let me see. Oh, okay. So you're saying, according to Bearden. Okay. Gotcha. Alien hunting dragon, rather. Well, you just heard me talking about it. You said anything yet, Chris, as far as the helicopter? MG Toes in the house. What's going on, MG Toes? Says, thumbs up, everyone. Nail that bad whamma jamma. I'm going to jump all the way down to the bottom here because I don't want to be like people like, you're so far behind. So if you've asked any questions or commented, please go ahead and do it again. I want to make sure I get everybody here. Leslie Warren says, cold hair and sleet. Darn cold. Yeah, it's not good. We had that for the longest time, and then suddenly, you know, like it's seasons, they kind of just like segue into the warmer temperatures. So for us, we were getting, you know, it'd be warm during the day and then drop down to like low 30s. Like, oh, man, got to still deal with ice and crap like that. So, but now it's staying above the 32. Even if it's in the 30s, it's on the upper 30s. So it's not too bad. UFO Poof says, good day, mate. What's going on, UFO Poof? Jay McGuffey says, anti-grav and ion drives. The payloads may get huge. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Think about this, too. If they actually start doing what they want to do, they want to use the moon as a jump-off point, right? So if you have ion drives on these crafts, but you have to send normal craft, if you will, if you want to call it the normal craft, like these regular rockets that they're using to go from Earth to the moon. Once from the moon, they can load anything they want into these crafts. Again, we got a slight fraction of gravity on the moon. It's nothing to lift off. So they can go from there to Mars, wherever the heck they want to. So it's just the bigger jump is to get away from Earth's gravity to the moon. So that's the biggest problem. But then once you get that payload there, they can load on as much as they want into these other crafts, and off they go. So, yeah, it'd be much easier. Let's see. Darren AM, what's going on? You said, I'm not going to leave this. There is no known meteorological process that causes global dust storms on Earth. What causes them on Mars? Well, I mean, you do have, you'll have what they have, cold and warm fronts clashing. Now, if you look at Mars, they say in the, like I said, in the, well, I guess you can look at it that way. Anyway, so if you look at the equatorial region on Mars, right, it's going to be the warmest. Same thing here on Earth and just about every planet. Right in the middle of the planet's always going to be pretty much the warmest, even if it's the coldest planet in the solar system, right? The one that gets the exact focused sun is going to get the most heat within reason. Now, if you're on Pluto, maybe not so much so. But you got warm temperatures in the summertime, can go anywhere between 70 degrees Fahrenheit to 100 degrees, but then it drops down to negative whatever during the night, even if it's 150 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. So you have these huge temperature swings. And for that, because there's no according to NASA, there's no or barely any atmosphere on Mars. So therefore, you got radiational cooling, which quickly just cools. So again, you're going to have these dust storms, I would think, in dusk and dawn, right? You'd have to have that. So right around the middle of the day, these should kind of calm down, very light breezes, and that's probably going to run when they're going to run the actual Ingenuity helicopter, right? So that would be the actual reason why I could see them being dust storms on Mars. Because I remember seeing little dust devils, right? In fact, I was in a wide open area one time. I was at the flea market when I was younger, and they had a couple of these dust devils. Well, they had like these cold fronts coming through. These things would spawn. They'd probably be 20, 30 feet in the air. It'd be from the ground up, I should say. And I remember hitting this 18-wheeler. Remember back in the day, guys, in the 80s? This is funny. Remember they had the velvet paintings? They'd have like all of these like lions and these panthers and everything out there with like a velvet painting. Had these big black frames on them. Well, they used to hang them from this 18-wheeler. This thing slammed the side of his pictures are flying everywhere. You see the whole darn 18-wheeler just kind of shaking back and forth, at least the trailer to it, shaking everywhere. And I was like, good Lord. But that's what stopped it from hitting these other stands that were on the backside of it. So, which is lucky on their part because it would have threw their tables all over the place. But nonetheless, you get these clashing cold and you get these updrafts and everything else. And this is how you get tornadoes and dust devils. So you can have that just like you have them here on Earth, same way. You can have downdrafts. So let's see. This thing jumped on me again. Let me see where we're at. Oh, 83 degrees in Nashville. Sweet. Yeah, you're not much different from us. Right now, we're like at 85. It's at the warmest right now, but it'll start cooling, I'm sure, because it's right around 4 or 5 o'clock. Start diving off. 2 to 9 mile an hour speed. Heat index is at 83 now, 26% humidity. Shane Lawson, what's going on? He said, Chris, your question was, what do you think of the SpaceX Starship? I wouldn't fly in it. I don't know. Because it would be something you'd have to really know about. Let's say you were filthy rich, right? And you said, I want to be the first one to go around the moon when they do this first maiden voyage, if you will. Now, they've already been to the space station. They've been to the ISS, right? Just to dock with it and everything else. But to go around the moon, I think they want to do a shot around the moon. And, of course, I don't forget what it's going to cost. You guys can, I don't know if it's 100 or 200 grand to be able to do that. It's probably a lot more than that. But I know they have that, is it the guy from Japan, that filthy rich guy? That's supposed to be going there, too. Now, it's the actual capsule. The front part of that thing is going to be, like, well-built. And basically, the bottom is just a firecracker. We know that, right? So it's just going to be, it's just rockets and stuff like that. And it's as light as can be to a certain degree. And, of course, carrying the fuel. And, of course, it's all technologically advanced. Those things are really, really cool. The way the capsules and all the seating and everything else is going to be. So, I don't know. I'd probably trust it, but I'd probably like to see a lot more launches and comebacks, which they've been doing, but they've been having issues with it. So I can understand that. But I don't know. I think it'll do fine. He's going to have it completely perfected. I mean, will you ever have, mishaps? Sure. Look what happens to regular airlines every year around the world, right? Jeremy Hillier, what's going on? He said, normal or primal craft are just to take and burn tax money, just like the F-22, etc. Well, I mean, they're rather expensive, that's for darn sure. I mean, you never hear the joke about, toilet seats are, $300 and $3,000, whatever they are. And very, very expensive craft. But, they're telling the public that, well, they charge these people to build these things that kind of money. But are they really that expensive? Now, I believe, high-tech craft are, meaning much more money. They can basically just do everything. You can almost read your mind at this point, right? So, if not, they already have that. But, yeah, they're getting into it more and more. And it's costing a lot of money, but, what's the price, you pay, for... If it's for these, remember back in the day, the F-16, F-17s, the A-10 Warthogs, all of these planes, it's to protect your country, whatever craft you may have in your country, your planes and stuff, and jets and fighter jets. So, it's a good thing to have, right? But damn, they're expensive as hell. Daniel, this Texas X has a real problem understanding Texan. You can't throw all kinds of screwy things on the screen at you. Like, what is that? Cameron Davis, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, how are you, Chris? I'm doing good, Cameron. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Jeremy said, all scams on taxpayers. Well, yeah, I mean, indirectly it comes from us anyway, regardless, right? But, these black ops and all of these secret programs, they just take it right from the vaults, basically, and this is the reason why we have higher deficits and $4 trillion ends up missing, and nobody knows where it's unaccounted for, and where did this money go? We have no idea. Well, gee, I wonder why. See, back in the day, like, Apollo would, ask for the public to, just donate and help for the cause and everything. Now they just steal it. So a lot of times I hear people saying, well, it's our taxpayers' money. Well, not anymore, but indirectly it is. You know what I mean? In other words, they're not asking for donations. Now they're just stealing it. You guys don't need that money anyway, right? But yeah, I mean, that's what they do. They just take it. We need this kind of money, and we'll just go ahead and take that. Or they're just actually asking it through our governments and stuff like that. And of course, they're giving them money, then funding them to do that. But we're being ripped off on a scale that it's unimaginable, and we can see that through a lot of these photos, whether it be moon, the Mars ones, here on Earth and Antarctica, and a lot of other places. A lot of these ancient civilizations where they're pulling a lot of this stuff out of there, not saying a word about it. Mm-hmm. And by the way, guys, got a lot of cool stuff to cover today. We're going to go back over that other photo I just did, and I want to show you something briefly. And then I'm going to show you that other video we did about the roadways and stuff like that on Mars. Then I got something similar to it, which you'll find pretty fascinating. So, yeah. Yeah, John, I don't think you quite got it. Like I said, somehow it must click on it. I don't know how it is on my particular page, but when you click on that $ sign at the bottom, it should say something where you can put X amount. And it's not only the highlight, but you can actually put, if you want to do a highlight, maybe it asks you to do the donation or whatever. But it seems to me that's the way it's set up, right? Ali Khan says, okay, let's get her. Mr. Robert Morgan, thank you very much for your support, sir. As always, did you see my email about the last thumbnail picture of the Mist Tower in the Appalachian symbol? No, I didn't get that, Robert. When did you send that? I'd like to check that out. No, I didn't see that. If you can, send it again. It's, like I said, Mars Anomalies at AOL.com. Definitely want to see that. Again, thank you very much for your support, man. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I hate that because here's the weird thing. I was on, I think I got on, no, it was yesterday morning. I said, man, I haven't checked my emails. So I went on there and checked, and I didn't see that. I'll definitely be looking for it, though. I want to check that out. Sounds interesting. Oops. Let's see. Ali Khan says there's aliens and humans together inside the moon. Well, they claim, and I've never seen this. Obviously, I don't think anybody's really seen this, but they talked how, our elites of this world have been talking to aliens for quite some time, and that they have like a coexistence going on in the moon or and under the lunar surface, right? Now, I can't prove that, can't vet any of that, but that's what they're saying. Now, it wouldn't surprise me, being that we're still going to the moon and none of it's being blown up. So if there is, in fact, a presence on the moon, well, you think they would have said, we don't want you here, so clearly we're going to go ahead and just blow up whatever you send. And that doesn't seem to be the case, so I don't know. Bubble says, if I see anything creepy, I run. Might have to, depending on what it is, right? Verificationist thinking, searching for aliens. You said, yeah, like in India, there's modern bridges and modern technology, but their population lives in extreme poverty. And you're right. I mean, well, think about even the United States here. How many people are homeless here? And it hasn't gotten any better. It's gotten worse since the COVID. So you've got, the people who are not so much, maybe lower class and middle class, and of course you got the elitist and all these other people and stuff like that. It's like this order, if you will. But you're right about that. Absolutely. Ricardo Petrazzi says, Chris, I'm working on a new theme tune for the intro music. I like the one you use, but needs to freshen up. Nice. So I am working on a tune on my guitar. I'd be interested to hear that. Sean says, that's cheese. Yeah, see, that's what, man. Go up there and get a little bit for your pizza. You'll be all right. Yeah, just hook that right up. Be all set. Dan Herbert says, hey, Chris, morning from Australia. What's going on there? Hope you're doing well there down under. Hope it's a nice day. Nice day for his hair. Of course, like I said, tomorrow it's going to bite it. And it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be 30%, so it ain't going to be too bad. Be on and off showers, maybe some thunder bangers, like I said, but that's pretty much it. Yes, Arts and Crafts, absolutely. He said the moon rung like a bell for hours. Absolutely. And like I said, there's a reason why they left that seismograph on there. There's several, I think, on the moon. What were they thinking in ahead of time? Think about this. Why would you bring that? Oh, we want to see if there's any moonquakes. Why? Why does it even matter? I mean, I understand for the science part of it. They want to see if it's got any life to the moon still, if there's still any activity in the core, if you will, or on the moon itself, or in the moon and interior. I get that. But like Mars, I mean, it has a lot more, activity going on. There's a lot more Martian quakes. And they're trying to still figure that out because they're saying, well, that would indicate tectonic plates, wouldn't it? But according to NASA, it's like just one big solid, a piece of land. Because if you think about it, we have land here, but we have oceans in between. And, of course, you have these tectonic plates, just kind of rubbing together. And once they get enough pressure, they give, and there's your earthquake. But my theory is, too, which I've been taught a long time ago, is that, they're literally drilling thousands upon thousands of gallons of, crude oil out of the ground. What are they putting back? Now, a lot of times they'll put water back there. But if they don't in time or whatever and it caves in, we got fracking. We got all kinds of stuff going on. It could be on a hidden fault line and they wouldn't know this. Suddenly now areas that weren't getting earthquakes are suddenly starting to see an uprise or an uptick in these things, right? So wouldn't surprise me. James, you said Joe Rogan won't bring on David Paulides, I guess that's how you pronounce it, and the missing 411 Can-Am project because the truth scares them to hell. David Paulides is top of the range with his research and work. Yeah, I mean, well, he's usually pretty open about stuff like that. He likes to have a lot of that on there, like they had that guy from the military about the Tic Tac UFOs and stuff like that, and him being a pilot and stuff like that, and he likes to try to be open-minded about a lot of this stuff, so I like that part of him. Now, if there is stuff he's kind of like cherry-picking, if you will, I don't know, then that's not cool, because if you want to get everybody on there, get them all on there, you know what I mean? If you want to get more and more truth out, right, and interesting topics. Andrew Munchkin, what's going on? He said, hey, Chris and friends. What's going on there, Andrew? Hope you're doing well. Power Play in 1979 says, greets from Norway. What's going on over there in Norway? I hope you're doing well. He said, Tower of Babel and the Shard, 20-mile-high towers on the moon. Oh, yeah, I mean, I've done one that says miles-high structures on the moon. You can check that out. It's on my Mars Anomalies. And, oh, yeah, absolutely. That was the Soviet Union at the time took that one. Took that photo of the Shard. There's a lot more on the moon than we're led to believe, right? So, definitely a lot more going on. I don't know why your Mars the Second Genesis, why your comment was actually held, but it's out there now. You were replying to Daniel Webster, saying, check out my channel. I have a series of 3 videos explaining how to get, convert, and enhance the NASA RAW files. Dan Herbert, you said your question was, Chris, if money was no object, could you see yourself jumping on Starship to Mars? Is it something you would do? Absolutely. I wouldn't even hesitate. Again, of course, I would think, let's see a couple missions go there first, meaning, other flights already go there. Make it sound like it's going from here to London. But, yeah, I would love to see it go there first several times, and I'd probably feel a lot more comfortable because, they're going out to, like, the ISS and stuff like that, testing out the life supports and everything else, because we're talking about a very short distance as opposed to going to the moon or Mars, right? So they want to test this out, and that's what I'd want to see too. It's like any other new technology that you see out. Technology, let's say household technology, whether it be like, here's a perfect example, plasma TVs. How long did they last? I mean, they're all, the big rave, ooh. First of all, they're expensive as heck. And, of course, you had to recharge the tubes after so many years, and they're junk. Next, so it was just a question of time when they came out with LED TVs. I remember getting the first ones. They were like, oh, what the heck were these things? Like $270 a piece for like a 19-inch. I got 2 of them for my kids one Christmas because they were like basically new on the market. They were, and you were paying big money. Just like a DVD player. Remember the Blu-ray when they first came out? You couldn't touch them things for under like $800 to $1,000, and that was on the lower spectrum. As far as like, there's only so many makers. I think one of them was Samsung. One of them might have been Sony as well, but extremely expensive. And then all of a sudden, it dropped down, which is cool, But, yeah, I'd go. Yeah. But I'd want to make sure that, you can actually get there first. And of course, you'd probably have to, update your will. You probably should do that. Ops and Crowd says, preach. David Edelman. I guess I'm pronouncing your last name, probably. Thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate you. Hey, there we go. We all go together. There you go, Mimi. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, Shane. He said, Chris, imagine sitting on Titan and looking at Saturn and the rings. That's on my bucket list. Oh, man. I hope you have like a 400-year lifespan. That would be awesome. Or at least 9 lives. I'm doing good, Cameron. I hope you're doing good. Cameron Davis' question was, how are you, Chris? Doing well? Let me see. This thing did jump a little bit. Let me see if I can get back to where we were. No. What's going on, Dave? Dave's in the house. Mr. X3D, The Evidence. Kicking out some good videos, by the way, guys. If you haven't been on his channel, go to it. Doing some awesome work. Love the new layout in the background. It's nice and warmy and homey over there. Check them out, guys. If you guys, I know a lot of you guys are new to my channel and a lot of the Hangout, but you haven't checked out Mars X3D, go to his channel. It's Mars X3D, The Evidence. Good stuff. What's going on, Dave? I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. Like I said, kicking out some awesome stuff over there. It's good to see. I like to jump in there. I know a lot of you guys are on his live feed as well. I like to pop in there because Dave's a good man and down to earth, and I love seeing you guys on there as well. So I try to get in there and say hello and maybe throw a comment or two and say hello to everybody. So, yeah, that's what we do. Dave's a good man. Like I said, I met him down in Alabama, and at the Mars Fest. I call it the Mars Fest, but so that was pretty cool. Didn't know him until that point. Good guy, down to earth. Mr. James Craig, thank you very much for your support, sir. Always appreciate it. He said, Chris, in your last video, there's a well carved out statue of a face. Between the rock and the dome you are describing is dead center of them both. Well, we're going to go back and look at this photo shortly because there's another dome-like thing. And again, the way I saw it, at first it looked like a rock with just holes in it, but I think we got another one, guys. So stay tuned for that. We'll be on that in a few minutes. And again, James, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Yep, Josh D's in there saying, all right. Mr. X3D. And this thing just jumped on me. There it is. We're back. Ricardo, you said lunar orbiters. Was there not a NASA orbiter that was actually lost in the early 60s because they believe it crashed into something due to low orbit it was in? I did hear about that. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember what that was. And maybe somebody else will remember that. I'm not sure, truthfully. Richard Bunt says asteroids. Ultravirus says, hey, Mars X3D, the evidence, Dave. Yeah, you're right, Darren, you're right. He says Mars is a one-way trip for the first that go. Yep. But I think they're trying to make it so they can do both, right? Even though it should be just a one-way thing. At least that's what they've been saying all along. So they're going to make sure they got all the gear there. They're supposed to send these basically rovers and machines that build their structures, basically 3D printing type thing, right? From what we're seeing in these photos, I think they're just going to move into whatever they see there. That's just my opinion. That's it. Because think about this. If there is structures there, you can bet they're not all broken down or they're not all trashed. So my opinion is that they would just move in if they can use some of these things and maybe some of the equipment there. And how do we know that once they get there, they don't go, oh, wow, they get technology, they had space flight. They could use one of their crafts. Again, all pure speculation, but something to think about. If we're seeing this kind of trash laid all over the place, there's intelligent design there, and it was purposely made. There was life on that planet. Simple as that. So did they have the power of flight, meaning just normal flight around the planet? And did they have were they actually spacefaring? That's the big question, right? Martin Penwright, what's going on? You said, let me know how it goes, Chris. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'd be kind of holding my breath all the way there. I'd be like, yeah, can I get like a cocktail or something to knock me out? That'd be really great. But is it going to take as long? Remember before it was like 9 to 10 months? Like average is about 9 months. Well, now Perseverance got there in 7. And something tells me they can get there a lot faster. And I think we're seeing delayed photos, meaning they were probably there before they showed the public. Like they showed the big, ooh, wow, look at us, we're going there right now, and we're landing now. And how do we know that wasn't all a recording? How do we know that? And it's always stumped me when you see these crafts going towards Mars. Why not a couple photos and just send them back about Mars? You never see that. How come? Makes you wonder. John's in there, says, hello from Long Island. What's going on, John? Hope you're doing well up there. Kurt Urbana says, plasma TV is obsolete. Oh, yeah. It was obsolete like a year after it come out. Total junk. A buddy of mine had with us. He said it's the biggest piece of trash. But I always told him he had more money than brains because he'd go out and buy the newest technology. And he bought it, and it wasn't long before he started getting like dead lines in the thing. And he said, yeah, do it after a year or whatever. You have to have them charged up, and it's X amount of dollars to have them charged. He said, nothing more than an expensive boat anchor. I said, well, toss it and be done with it. I'm the kind of guy, if it doesn't work in my house, I toss it out the window. It's not worth messing with, unless it's something I can fix. I mean, I've fixed my own refrigerator, my own washer, and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's stuff you do when you're a homeowner anyway, right? Doing my own electrical, stuff like that. So you want to get it done. You want to fix it. And if it's something you can't fix, my own heating system, I've done my central heat. But, you try to do it, if you can. But if not, then get somebody else to do it. But, yeah, they were just junk. I mean, Stig, what's going on? He said, Chris, do you think they will ever let the real truth out? And what do you think the consequences would be? Well, we've talked about this many a times, right? It's only going to be drip-fed, to the public as far as I'm concerned, unless one country decides to say, you know what, we've had it with the United States, or whatever country's hiding the most, right? And say, had enough. So this is what's really going on Mars. Or eventually they're going to give us more and more bigger chunks of what's really going on, right? So that may be the case. If they drag it out long enough, I don't know if the consequences would be too big, other than them going, you guys are liars, liars. And that's basically what they'll get, right? So, I don't know. The only thing I could see is probably maybe religious people. And even then, I don't know if I'd even say, because some people say, oh, these are all evil people, or they're demons, or whatever. I don't share that kind of mentality. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they would be, they're willing to coexist with us, but we're just not up to their standards. We're like the punks on the street corner right now, and we're savages and everything else. We just can't get along with each other. So therefore, they're just not going to say, hey, we're going to welcome you with open arms. It's just not going to happen. So they'll literally keep, feeding us and everything else. Just slow disclosure. We'll bring up more and more, so on and so forth. And so it desensitized the public. So when it finally does get bigger and bigger, information comes out, we won't be so shocked. And I think that's what the whole thing is, right? Oh, Ricardo, you sound like me. I had something earlier. What was it? About 3:30ish. He said, "Gosh, it's nearly 11 p.m. and I haven't not had dinner. Man, you feel like me, man. I'll fall down if I don't eat. I've got to eat." David Yeoman says, "Yep, naval. Yes, indeed." Alfie Joe Bob saying, "Great videos and a live chat this week, Dave." Yeah, he's always nice and laid back and very informative. That's one thing Dave is. A lot of people say, what's the term they use? Nutters. I love that. It's like myself, Dave, Jimmy Roberts, Billy Carson. If you ever had time to spend with us, down to earth like anybody else, just like anybody else. It's just something we find interesting, and we want to attack it and then bring it to the public. I don't see that as a nutter. I don't. I see that as somebody who's very interested in what's going on and wants to reveal it. I don't see that as a nutter. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you guys think? I guess the 3 thumbs down thinks that. Oh, my God. We're so hurt. Gotta love it. Yeah, we don't complain like other channels do. Like, they're like, oh, my God, the trolls. Stop whining. Here's the thing. Any channel that's any channel, meaning has any growth to it, you're going to have trolls. It's a given. So I continue to talk about it. Just let it be. I've said this before because my buddy Will from What's Up in the Sky 37, he told me, he says, this is when I first started out. He says, don't worry, wait until your channel blows up. You're going to have all kinds of trolls on your channel. And he called it. He was absolutely right. It's a given. Stop talking about it. You're not exempt. There's channels out there that constantly cry about it. Just deal with it. It's not a big deal. It's part of who you are or your channel. It's, like I said, I've seen people thumbs down, all kinds of heartwarming videos. Soldiers coming back to see their family. Things like kitten cams, of all things, to down. What? But it's not hurting the channel. That's what these people have to understand. You're not hurting the channel. They look at it like, again, the algorithm helps them say, oh, there's a lot of interaction. Negative or good, it doesn't matter to them. They see it as an interaction. They're more apt to want to bring your video out more or suggest it. So it's not hurting us. But, people are just constantly crying. It's like you're superior and you shouldn't get trolled. It's like I said, any channel that's grown to a certain amount is going to get trolled regardless, so thumbs down. It's a given. That's why I don't let it bother me. I think it's funny. I think it's actually comical. So, let me see. Oh, I guarantee it. Bushcraft Survival, Jack Only, he said, the people will be very angry and want to rip them apart. The people will question more than that. Yeah, of course they will. They'll start with, why did you lie to us? And wait a minute, whoa, since you lied to us, but this is the way I look at it. Let me just backtrack. If they were to come out and say, yes, we lied, you can bet it's after they divulge this information. By the way, we've seen this, and this is the reason why we did not divulge this information. They're just going to have to come out with it and just drop it, meaning drop it, all the information right to the public, and just let them have at it. Because if you do say, yeah, we kind of lied, we've seen this many years ago, yeah, they're going to jump all over them. Oh, my God, they're going to jump on them. And that's the problem with it. So, once they slip it out, they're just going to say, let's just get it all out. Just say, this is the reason why. And, of course, I believe the reason would be because we didn't think that the public was prepared for this. And that's the way, this is the reason why they'll hold it back. This thing just jumped on me again. David, I think you've just, hold on, let me see something. Oh, thank you for your support again, David Eoman. I appreciate it, man. I like the little barbell there, the little crowbar. You said too, oh, where did it go? I was up there and then I went back down. Why are these things not showing up on here? That's crazy. This thing just jumped on me big time, guys, so I'm trying to catch back up. Marshall Leader, thank you very much for your support, sir. It's much appreciated. He said, thank you for all your hard work, time, and effort. Much appreciated. Well, you guys are appreciated. I can't tell you that enough. Because, again, I've said this a million times. Listen, the channel's here. I made the channel. I bring the content. But it's not a channel unless you have subs to go with it. So with all the support, monetary or non, doesn't matter. It's still support. Whether you're, liking the work, supporting it, doing your own work, and supporting my work. Because a lot of you guys are actually grabbing and saying, hey, Chris, listen, I grabbed this, put this in my own Photoshop, did the work, and I found exactly what you've seen. However, I even found additional stuff. To me, that's payment right there. That's awesome. And the fact that you guys are still supporting the channel, that's awesome in any way, shape, or form, and it's always appreciated. And again, it's not about, me, myself. It's what you guys make up the channel. Because, again, if I had no subs, I'd have no channel. It wouldn't make sense, would it? So, a big thanks to everybody out there, and I mean that. Again, it's no channel's worth anything unless, without their subs, Again, David Yeoman, appreciate it, your support. I was trying to find your other... Let's see if I can find it again. It jumped on me here, and I can't figure out where it went. David was saying, you were saying earlier, he said religious people still think it's a flat earth. This is what I still don't get. There's actually people out there who literally look out at the stars and study the stars and still say there's flat moon and flat planets. Are you insane? It's round. They're all round. And, I've done one, I said, our Earth is not flat, which was one of my videos. And it's like, so let me get this right. You claim that Earth is this way, but the other planets you're seeing through a telescope are this way. They just happen to be standing up so you can see them flat. Come on, man. Where's the logic in this at all? Where is the logic? This is like, Science 101 crap here, man. It just simply doesn't make sense. I don't know. I still don't get that either. There's people literally looking at the moon right now, and they claim that, they think the world's flat or the moon's flat. What? Where do you even come up with that crap? I've seen many channels talking about this, and I'm going, I don't understand it. How can you look at it out into stars and say they're all flat, or some planets are flat and some aren't? How do you tell the difference? How do you go from one's flat like our Earth to, oh, wait a minute, it just happened to be flat, but it happens to be a disc facing us, and I just happen to see it perfect? What? Come on. It's sad. Sad in this day and age. Richard Bunt, you said, I had a 50-inch Plasma Pioneer. I had it for 19. You had it for 19 years? Best TV for gaming. The Plasma is the best. Man, you got lucky. You must have had one that wasn't made on a Monday or a Friday, because not too many people had the luck you had. If you notice, they've been discontinued in how many years? Once they made them, how long were they out? And they were really, I don't know if they were, I call them a power pig, but they were not exactly the best TV as far as economically. And they weren't they consumed quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken. Where you could have a TV like mine. I got one of those kilowatt meters you can put on and then plug in whatever one you want, whatever device you want to see, what it consumes for amperage, watts, the whole nine. My TV's around, it's about 160 watts while running, but the second you change the channel, it might jump up to 250 watts. No kidding. You check that out. That's just bizarre how it does that. But maybe that's why parents used to say that back in the day, just leave it on one channel. Of course, that's not the only reason. We knew why, but because just leave it on one channel. Just whatever interests you, leave it there. But you can literally flip the channel and you see the wattage go up. It's crazy, but cool. Arts and Graphs, you said, I see aliens more like angels than demons. I agree. Again, if they were demons and they've been around for millions of years, even our ancestors have written and showed pictures of them and petroglyphs and hieroglyphs and all kinds of the crazy stuff, wrote about them. Would they have not have killed everybody off on this planet a long time ago? Because, well, it depends on how we look at it. But back on this cycle of life, because we're in the fifth cycle right now, so unless we were like technologically advanced on the first cycle, but if we weren't, let's say hypothetically we weren't, this is the only time we've ever lived, meaning been on this planet, then wouldn't they have taken us off the planet by now if we didn't have the technology we have today? Wouldn't that make sense? Well, they're very weak. They can't defend themselves. Let's go ahead and just get rid of them. That's what makes me believe that these are not demon type things or evil in any way, shape, or form, right? Now, is it possible there are some like that? I'm sure. I mean, unless, again, they've surpassed all that. They've surpassed anything monetary, anything that got to do with warring, whether it be, what's the word we can use? Resources. Like we war about, oil and different things like that. To me, if you were past that and you were past anything that, was like monetary and you didn't have to use money anymore, but everybody lived pretty much on the same level, how much fighting would there be after that? You wouldn't have to be fighting over, resources in that area of land because it's got more oil or whatever, natural gas or whatever it may be. Who knows? The thing is, it's like, I think a lot of 99% of the warring would be gone. Of course, any people would have to get along with each other, not so much the resources, right? Yeah. So. Jerry, you're right. He said, I think about plasma as heated goopy blobs. Yeah. That's what they kind of look like, right? James Cragen said, Chris, exactly. The last Mars rover landing looked a bit staged. Remember, we, or maybe most people here tonight, were all on board that night with the so-called live stream of it. Yeah, I mean, because when I live streamed it, we were all watching it, and of course we were completely disappointed. Come on. I mean, this is like they had it perfectly done, extremely piss-poor photo. Why didn't they just say, let's take the best picture we can take of the surface, crystal clear. We can show off our technology because it's a slamming, the Mastcam Z, best camera to date. Let's show this thing what it can really do. Nope. Let's give them hell, what was it? A 360? It wasn't even 480p. It was like the most disgusting photo you could possibly see. Absolute trash. Come on. Wow. That was sad. $250 Saber says, who, guys? I'm Christian, and there's life out there everywhere. Well, see, to me, I never agreed with all that as far as every religious person, because, again, I know people who are follow the King James, and they'll tell you there's 99 worlds out there. Now, of course, some of them were bad, including Earth, and, of course, man was punished. So, and they claim there's 99 worlds. So they acknowledge that there's more than one planet that has life on it. So I don't think a lot of people who are religious would actually be totally blown away. They'd be like, if anything, well, what would they say? Well, the Creator created them all, right? So I don't think they'd be totally blown away, but some of them might think that they're demons, you know? Jay McGuffey says, rare projected TVs were cool. Yes, if you can actually keep the color cannons cleaned. Remember that? You had to go back there and you had to align them every now and then. Of course, they had an auto align, but you'd have to have this guy come in and align it and then keep all the dust off the projectors. You get your red, green, and blue. They used to call them, I think, color cannons, because that's what they looked. They were tubes, and they projected each of these lights, red, green, and blue, your RGBs, and you'd have to do that. But, yeah. Dan Herbert, eat them for dinner like trolls taste like chicken. Absolutely. Like I said, I just find it amusing. Some channels, they're trolls. My channel's so superior, I don't know why I get trolls. Stop. Grow up. John Schaub says, we are food for them. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, there have been people who have disappeared. We know that. But are they, you know, like, if you go like sci-fi on you guys, right? Like when you say, are some of these being like breeding capsules? Are they being used for slaves on another planet? Now, this is all these things I've heard, right? Or are they just checking out human beings? Now, I find it hard to believe over a course of X amount of years that they're still saying, we still need these people so we could test them out and see what makes them tick kind of thing. Come on. So, if they are still going on, these abductions, what are they being used for? That's what's crazy. Are they just removing parts of the female and using them for like a hybrid type thing? That's a possibility, right? I don't know. They taking some of the DNA to help further themselves? Don't know. You know? You can just merely speculate until you... And actually, one of them actually says, well, yeah, this was removed from my body. Some people said the implants and stuff like that. Always talked about that. Done certain tests on them. Of course, the funny thing is the anal probe thing. That's always a riot. But, you know, you got the cattle mutilations all over. You don't really hear about that too much anymore, though, do you? So, I mean, what's going on? What do you guys think? What do you think? Are they still doing it? And if they are, have you heard anything further about cattle mutilations and all that other crap? I mean, what do you guys think? Kurt Urbana says, a plasma reactor, Lockheed Martin. Yes, they got their hands on a lot of stuff, guys. Lockheed is into everything, intertwined with, you know, NASA and their own projects. These guys are heavy hitters. They're nothing to joke about. Look them up, Lockheed Martin, what they're into, because they're actually helping further new spacecraft for these new planes going to other planets and other moons like Titan and other future spacecraft. Yeah, these guys are heavy hitters, man. Don't let them kid you. Jean Ward's in there. I didn't even notice he was jumped in there. What's going on, Jean? Good to see you in there. By the way, you're doing great work. Good stuff. I don't think I've seen them yet. I haven't seen their latest one. I don't know when that video was put out. You said, your question was, did you see the triangular craft in the latest third phase of the moon video? I haven't seen that yet. If it was just put out, I haven't seen it. Definitely going to check it out, though. Good to see you in there, Jean. Hope you're doing well. John Sharpie or KFC for them. A human chicken. Anita M., what's going on? Good to see you in there. You were talking to Jean. You said, please do a show with Chris about the fake alien invasion. Do they want to distract us from something? There's always a bigger plan. Like, if you notice, there's always something constantly going on, right? Warring. It's divide and conquer. Blacks against whites. Blacks against anybody. Again, fighting, warring in other countries. Constant. Always something going on. Because it's to keep you distracted from something much bigger. Or some of the things that are just naturally occurring. Like we get storms around the world, stuff like that. We get that. But it's like it's like, pay no mind to the guy behind the curtain, but let's just keep doing what we're doing here, divide and conquer, keep people hating, with each other, and that's pretty much it. That's what it comes down to me. And this is the reason why I said we got to start with us and stop making ourselves better, because the government will tear you apart every time. And, but yeah, I was reading another thing too. They're talking about, I saw this video somebody had put on Facebook again, and I've seen this. This is an older video. Not super old, but it's old. Where the lady had this booklet. She's talking about the agenda for 2025, talking about how they're going to have this fake alien invasion and all this other crap. Well, I'll tell you what, it better be super, super good invasion. Think about this. But they're talking about how they're going to use like weapons to really scare the hell out of people, and that they're trying to cut down the population, which I've told you that before. And Dick Cheney was talking about that for years. Trying to cut the population down by 80%. They're going to use like sound waves to like really affect the whole planet. They want to do like a whole barrage of things to literally kill off people. And the elites are doing this. What I didn't get was they're saying, because like basically people that own this planet, like the big banks, right? But I think it's the elite, meaning they're above the banks. And for some reason I'm going, okay, why would people own the banks? Aren't they human as well? Or I'm a little confused. And the way she reads these things in this book is saying it's almost like it's aliens talking about humans. Saying that, I forgot how she put it. It was really bizarre. Saying that I'm trying to remember exactly how it was worded. Basically, like humans are in the way. They're a waste. Like they're just hair on the planet. Wow. I was just like, really? Jay McGuffey says, the same one. You said you've seen the triangle in 1996 near Somerset, Bury, UK. And he said the same one. A lot of people have been seeing that same shape. Big time. Frank Miklos, what's going on? He says, my wife is making me do some work tonight. I will try to be back before the hangout is over. No problem, man. We'll be here. Yeah, it's an interesting observation, James. You said, Chris, did you notice that the demon connection and the UFO phenomenon started appearing when religious leaders notched their churches started to become less and less full. So let's frighten everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's weird how that works, right? It's like everybody, let's get them to flock back here, I've never been a big fan of churches to begin with. People will say, well, why not? It's a house of God. But if you believe in God wholeheartedly, then isn't he everywhere? Why do I need to go to a church and have to give up 6% of my paycheck? I don't see the logic in it. To me, there's a lot of countries around the world that just don't believe in religious crap. I don't believe in religious stuff. I'm more spiritual than I am religious. And that I believe, like I got a meme that says how most people pray, and they're like this, and they're looking at, the sky and how the beauty of the sky. Mine shows me doing this and looking out at the universe. That's how I roll. Much, much larger scale. Now, of course, you can say, well, of course, God made it all. But I believe there's a lot more to it than that, than just a simple God. I think there's a lot more to it. There may be multiple gods. But that's my opinion. Not everybody has to agree with that. Somebody didn't like that. I just got a 4 thumbs down. Uh-oh. And like I said, listen, there's no disrespect in anybody who has their own beliefs. That's just the way it is. Again, it's just my opinion. And from the things I've been seeing in these photos and everything else, and I've said this a million times, we're part of something much, much larger. And I think that's what people need to start to recognize. It's not just, it's just little us on this earth. Again, many people who are religious believe, well, God made it all. So if that's true, then they've made the other civilizations way out there too. I'm cool with that. That's awesome. So, what was his name there? I'm trying to think. One of the scientists was saying that, how did he put it? Oh, I'm not going to remember now. But anyway, the way they talk about it is, again, if we had this, beginning, the Big Bang, and we have this red drift going on, then to me, and I've said this myself, that the furthest planets would have the most futuristic or most technologically advanced life because they were on their planets longer than we were. And of course, they got their own star, their sun, and they've got their planets, their solar systems, and everything else. So, the way I look at it is said, one of the scientists said, what if the universe has always been? And we just can't wrap our minds around it. Because everybody thinks, well, there has to be a beginning to everything. How do we know that? We're just, in our own minds, this is the way we think. Because, again, it's like water bottle. Well, clearly it had a start and it's going to have an ending. Whether it's recycled, thrown in the trash, and that's it. Or it was recycled and it's made into another bottle. So it had a beginning. It's man-made or it's intelligently made. So therefore, it is. It's going to have a beginning. But what if the universe has always been? I can go with either way. I'm okay with it. Bushcraft's survival Jack Only, he said, fake aliens are so-called or so-called Nazis, so they want us to believe that they are bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't see them as bad. And if they are bad, then our military is a lot more, use the word, a lot more stronger than we thought. And they do have a space force because they are protecting us from them. Think about it. If we've had these bad aliens around, then they probably wanted to kill us off years ago. So we'd have to have something to protect us from them coming to our planet and wanting to kill us off, which is kind of weird because we still have sightings everywhere in the world, so why aren't they killing us off now? So there's a lot of things that are very inconsistent. It doesn't make sense. If they wanted to kill us off, they would have done this already. So that's why I don't believe they're evil. I've said that. And again, we're seeing them around the world, so if they're evil, why aren't they not killing us all off? And they're not. So, yeah, I mean, John Ward says it too. He says, I'm sick of and tired of the threat agenda, TTSA, and the media are pushing. I know, it's crazy. But what's real is the divide and conquer thing. And I think it starts with everybody here that, become a better person yourself. Treat each other like equals. I don't care where you're from, what color you are. Treat each other like equals and stop the government from trying to take control of the way you think. Because that's what they are trying to do. It's all about divide and conquer. What's going on there, John Shea? He said, Werner von Braun predicted on his deathbed a fake alien invasion after the Cold War. Yeah, well, remember I showed you those photos of the Nazis when they had these, what looked like their flying disc. And I believe they had those. I believe those are the real deal. The other thing is, too, is that if they did have them, all they had to do is improve the propulsion. They've got the disc, less resistance. Of course, a Tic Tac kind of UFO would be even better because it's more sleeker, rounded. But crazy. If they had that stuff back then, what do they have today? You know what I mean? It's just like, wow. It just makes you really think. Anita M., you said, yeah, completely agree. We're continually being manipulated by the 1%. Pretty much. Alien hunting dragon. You said David Icke. I don't know. I'm on the fence about David. And the reason why I say that is this. I'm not saying it does not exist. My opinion is I'm not a big fan of these lizard people, reptilians. Do they exist? Good possibility. I'm on the 50-50 on that. Because let's say there's these kind of beings living within our Earth, which they claim that there are. That's a very good possibility. I don't know. Did these aliens mate with some of the, reptiles here on Earth? Did they come here from here? Did they come here from their planet and landed here inside our world? I don't know. It's the way some of it really sounds far-fetched to me. Now, I'm still open-minded about it. I'm just on the fence about it, right? How many of you guys believe in that? Do you guys believe in reptilian people kind of thing? Or do you think it's kind of a little off the deep end? Or what's your thoughts on that? Richard Bunt, you said, you remind me of Scott from Planet X News. A wee bit, but more into Mars and further on better things. I don't think I've ever watched him. Scott from Planet X News. I don't think I've ever watched him. I have to check that out. John Sharp, you said third phase is a bit far-fetched. They can be, I've noticed, well, in the past. Now, I don't know about now, but they seem to be doing a lot better work. It seems like they're going by what people are actually sending them, right? Now, what I like about the channel is that they try to do like what I do. I just say, guys, what are we looking at? Because, again, there's no way to vet anything we see in these photos, so therefore, what are we seeing? We can only, like I said, say, well, this is what it looks like. Only speculate. This is what it seems to be. What do you guys think? Because we honestly don't, there is no right and wrong answer. We just say, this is what it looks like, and then roll with it. And that's it. That's all you can do. And they're starting to do that, well, they've been doing it for a while now, where they say, guys, what do you guys think this is? It appears to be this. What do you guys think? And that's the best way to roll with it, because there's no way to vet any of this. You could have somebody send you in a video, and it could be totally bull. And with the CGI technology they got out today, they can make anything look real. Well, some of them are still kind of noobish, because you can see some of them clearly they're just fake, right? But some of them are really done well. Ian's question was, anyone see the triangle UFO footage Jeremy Corbell put up? I'm not familiar with him either, or have seen it. John Shop, you were asking, what's your hat? Occupy Mars. That's from, it's got SpaceX on the back. We're going to definitely get into this bushcraft survival. You say, hey, Chris, you wanted to show us? Yes, we are going to jump right into this. So, all right, let me show you guys this. I'm glad you said that, because we're going to roll on with this anyway. Let's jump out of that. Woo, invasion. So we were looking at this photo here. We can get off that. We don't need that on there. This is the photo that I've seen. We did this last video on. Okay. This is where we see this weird shape item in the back. And you can see how it's shaped. It's intelligently designed as far as I'm concerned. Just the way this thing's made. And, of course, we get the white dome to the left of it. But do you guys see the one on the right that looks taller sticking out, which is over here? Okay. You see that I'm circling around with my cursor. And you guys have kind of made jokes out of it saying, well, it looks like R2-D2, right? So what do you guys think of that? That's just cool. Okay. Right there. All right. And again, we have this other one here. What do you guys think of that? So we had this one that looks like that R2-D2 thing going on. And we've got these here. All right. Now let me show you this up close. Let me see. We'll show you this other picture too real soon. Okay. Here it is right here. Check this thing out. Right here. At first, when I looked at this thing, it looked like a different rock depending on how you look at it, right? You would see what looks like this weird kind of, It looked like it was laying down, like a flat rock. And you guys can throw your, what do you call it, comments in there. Where it looks like looks like this here. You can see the shape of it, and it's got this weird bracket running through it to the face of it. Almost like this is one piece, this round piece, or this rectangular piece, and we got a piece on the bottom here. Now, I'll show you the original again. Well, we'll go to right here. See that right there? This weird bracket type thing? It looks like it's, at first, again, I thought this was flat, but now it is actually, it looks like it's standing up, kind of like the one on this side. We'll use this one here. Maybe this would be a better color. Right here. See that? What is going on there? What do you guys see on this? Well, that's a good point, Martin. You said reptiles need the sun. So how are they, unless they get their own sun inside the Earth, how are they doing that? Because remember how they talk about a hollow Earth and it's got like its own sun? So is that possible? John Shabby said, Chris, you're honest. Not many people are. Well, that's what, listen, I believe in being real. You know, when I talk about whatever topics, I don't care if it's religious, whatever, that's only my opinion, guys. Just keep that in mind. And what we see in these pictures, it's only my opinion. And then I've asked for yours. So that's the way I look at it. And I got to keep it real. I don't want to just feed you what you want to hear. I want you to see my opinion, and I want to hear yours as well. And that's the whole idea of it, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with, stating your mind. Because like I said, a lot of times when I do videos, what happens? People will say, well, Chris, I don't agree with you, and I believe in that. Should I hate you for it? Or should I say, great, they got their mind of their own. And I love that you guys have your own opinions and you show them, not just robots. I love that. And that's what makes you guys unique. And that's what I love about it. So, if people are going to hate me for that, I don't know what to say. Okay, James. You said, Chris, he is a film director that did the Bob Lazar film with George Knapp. Okay, I got you. Jean Ward, you said it's on a hexagonal base, Chris. Yeah, absolutely. Between this right here, you can see that, and you can see the way this thing's doing this. And going off like this. And see the side, which has this other design like this here. And, of course, we have this doing this here. Well, that's not straight, but that goes up. But you get the idea. You can see that. What are these things, and how does that look natural to anybody? Right there. See that? That is just cool. That, to me, like I said, this is the question, guys. Well, this is what I stated last time. I said, listen, if this all fell down from the top of this hill, is this really a hill? I don't believe that it is. I really don't believe that it is. I think whatever that is, well, if it is a hill, it was something built on top of the hill. But why didn't the rest of this here come down? And that's very much right at the top of that hill. So what's going on, right? That's the question you got to ask yourself. So if all of this is coming down and dragging down there, wow, that's just weird. So whatever this was technologically advanced. As far as I'm concerned, this does not look natural. It is not. And that's just it. Some stuff down here. I don't know if you guys can see this stuff right here. You got these different pieces. Somebody had asked me, in the comment section saying, but why does that one particular rock or item that we're seeing that you're pointing out, why is it the same color like, let's say, it was laying right next to this piece right here, and it's the same color as this. All they got to do is use the same texture, just paint it over that over that object to hide the object. That's just one of the techniques that they use to do that. That's exactly what they do. So if they take this particular, let's say there's an object laying next to these, and I don't think that's a rock either, I just went over. If they have something sitting right on the side, they're going to put the same texture over it to hide it. And then, of course, blur it, hide the details, so on and so forth. And that's what it's all about. Now, again, what do you guys think this thing is? Do you think that's flat? Are you guys seeing this as a flat rock this way, or are you seeing something that's standing up? I'm seeing what looks like, and somebody had mentioned that in the comment section saying about RD2D2. I can't say it. But anyway, when you see this, I said, wait. I said, there's another one too. And there's like, oh, maybe it's his brother or his whatever. And I said, yes, absolutely. When you see this, you're just like, wow, what's going on here? I seen this after I actually did the video, edited it, put it on YouTube, and then of course I played it to make sure I didn't make any mistakes on it. And then I run it through, and I said, my God, I'm looking at a different way now, and that does not look like a rock. It looks like something mechanical, and you can see whatever that is. Again, here's a perfect example. Notice the way this thing goes like this, and it's like all of a sudden at this point, it takes on the same color as this area here. When you look at that, you can see the line to it actually goes like this and drops down, and it looks like it's got like a small pipe type thing on it or whatever, and it does this and goes back over to here. It looks like it's got a corner, or it goes around, goes like this here. You can see the line to it right there. I'm actually just going over the line. So what is that? That's clearly mechanical. What do you guys think? And Jean, you also said lots of hexagonal or hexagon-shaped stuff on Mars. You're right. Absolutely right. Nevin Resnick says, I mean, the white rock was literally round. I can't stomach skeptics playing blind to visual proof. I know. They do it all the time. You know, you could literally show, like this thing here. I mean, what? And that's in the just, don't even do anything to it. It's right there in the photo, guys. Look at that. And even if we couldn't bring out these little slotted areas on this dome, look at the way it's shaped. Just that alone, the shape alone makes you question, okay, what is that? Is it a rock that's going to do that? And we can see the lines and the slots in this one right here. Don't even have to do a thing to it. It's right there. And you can see this one right here. Just faint. Right there. Look at that. You can actually see them. They're a little darker than the actual... Well, let me get it this way. Just barely see that, but it's right there. One. And you can see them. Here they are up close. These pieces. No. And you can see right here, I brought out these lines here. These are in the photo. They're just laying there. Here's another thing to look out for. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Look at this rock right here. Wait a minute. Nice solid rock. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Why is this lighter piece going through this piece here? Okay. Why is it going through a solid rock? No. They're blotching out stuff they don't want you to see, and they're making them look like rocks. That's the key. You can see that. It's evident right there. Absolutely evident. There you go. Right? All right. Now, we looked at this here, which is an awesome photo. And I'm going to show you something, another area I found. So you guys want to definitely stay tuned for this. Yeah, guys, if you haven't hit that thumbs up, please do so. It is very much appreciated. Mimi React says leftovers from the big war. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Dave Avery, what's going on? You said just look just below the domes. There's a boulder with what looks like two pipes sticking out. You can see the shadows they're creating. Oh, let's go back to that real quick. I think you're talking about right here. Is it right there? Not sure if it's that or... Like I said, I even showed these other pieces right here. I'm not sure what they even say what those are, but they're like either pipes, wires, or something, and they're going into this open area here, this darker area, going into this area here, which looks like to be open ground. And when I say open ground, maybe there's something here that's buried under this, and we're seeing like an opening of it, and that's what we're seeing. Some people have talked about this right here. Like, why do we have these what looks like orbs? I'm not sure if that's digitalization that they're doing to these, and they're just kind of leaving it there to try to take out some of it. Because you can see it there on the lower left right here. You can see it. It's all over this photo. It's almost like these ridges or parts of these areas, like this is supposed to be like part of layered rock, and yet you can see it on the edge of it. Is that true? I mean, here. It's all over the photo, guys. And it looks like it's not 100%... Like, it's so grainy that you see a lot of the edges like that, too. Is it because of that, or is it because it's something they're doing to the photos? What do you guys think? Jeremy Hillier says Mars equals the god of war. Put two and two together. Absolutely. And the ancients knew this, right? The Egyptians knew this. How would they know that? Why would it be just because it was reddish or orange as they looked at it? Did they think because it's like fire that they thought equal war? Or did they have an insight or something? That's something to think about, right? Alien Hunting Dragon says it really shows that machine on the left. Yeah. Get us back out of here. Let's go back up there. Let's do this. And we can actually rotate this a little bit so we can see this a little bit better. Right like that. So we're not having to like tilt our heads back and break our own necks off. Like right there. I see parts laying all over the ground. That's what I see. You know? Scourge 1971 says it looks upright at an angle and definitely not natural. Like I said, that's all I see is like structural. I see what looks like parts of machines, intelligently made objects. I don't see rocks. A lot of this stuff is being hidden. Now, is there rocks on this hillside? Oh, I'm sure there is. But what's laying in between all of this and all of this rubbish and these ruins laying all over the place? Let me get rid of my face here so we can see more of this. Right here. Now, again, we can see these lines on the bottom here. Whoop, let me do this again. Right there. What is that? But those are in the photo. You can see it right here. See that? Just the edge of it? It's right there. Put on a really good monitor, you can see it with ease. But it helps to get the damn... Let me see. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Yeah, it helps to get this color out of there. And it helps with the lines. And when you start using a burn tool, these things just suddenly pop out. Yeah. Well, this is on a hill. I'll show you right now because someone Richard, you said, or you asked, have we got a sense of scale of these objects? I am estimating they are in the region of 7 feet each, those pieces. Yeah, they're not tiny. I'll tell you that right now. Let me see if you can find this. No, that's the other one. This is it here. So let's back up. I don't know why this thing's going off, but whatever. You can see right here. Now, this thing may be 30 feet tall, maybe way up there, good size. And you can see, of course, I mean, look at this. What is this? You know, just take a close look at all these rocks, guys. Look at this thing. Oh, yeah. Again, with the little digital spots right there in the center of the screen. I'll put it right there in the center. Got these little, looks like digital artifacts, if you ask me. Here. In the middle. I'll put it right in the middle. It's right there on the ground, smooth ground. Yeah. But I mean, so much of this is just, again, look at the rocks. It's okay to say, hey, these are rocks. There's nothing wrong with that. But look closely at said rocks. And you'll find these things. I mean, look at this. It just, I don't know. You look at it, you go, yeah, it looks like rocks. To a certain degree. Again, here's the top of this. It still looks like a junk pile even at the top of this. Look at this. Again, right around the edge. Look at the way this thing has like a circular curvature to the front of this, and the bottom echoes the same thing. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen. Right here, and you can see all these little digital artifacts right on the edge of said piece. What are we looking at here? Look at this here. What is this? Stone Age CD collection? I mean, look at this. Goes straight across, drops down on the right, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces inside it? Am I seeing that right, guys? What are you seeing here? Louis Longbear, good to see you in there, man. And I appreciate your support, as always. He said, hey, Chad. Hey, Chris. Hope you're doing well. The videos were great this week, as normal. Hope I haven't missed anything big. I've only just jumped in. We're just going over that one I just did on the last video and what we found extra in there. And then, of course, we're looking at this here. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen. What is that? Right here. Straight across and right coming down. And it looks like you got these pieces inside this. And look at the top of it. It's kind of like this rounded piece at the top. And are we seeing strictly rocks here, or what are we seeing here, guys? Again, Lewis, thank you very much for your support, as always. Good to see you in there. Chris, you crack me up. We got to keep it real, right? Keep it fun, right? Got to keep it fun. All right. Again, look at the top of this. I love the way I've got this like arch type thing in this so-called ground. See it right there? And it really goes, it's actually much bigger. Yet all of this stuff is just stumbled and crumbled down all the way down to here. Look at this. I mean, wow. And it just all happened to fall down through this area. Okay? Then what was at the top of this hill to do to bring this stuff down? That's the key. But you can see, the original question was, how big are these things? And like I said, I'm going to guess, and it's a guesstimation, most of these. And the reason why I say most, because I don't believe these are actual structures. I mean, I don't think they're actual, I believe they're structures built into these, or they're being massed as structures. Because again, how would you have this kind of debris falling down from the top of something that's all rock? Unless, again, it was built on top of this and been knocked off, or they've been building into it. Or again, NASA's making them look that way. Now, of course, you guys can give me your take on that and tell me what you think. It's always good to hear. Look at this. Man, nice obelisk laying right there. And it just happened to be these little rocks are holding that thing up. Look at that. What do you guys think of that? I mean, look at this. What are we really seeing here, guys? Bubbles, you seen that, right? You said it looked like a face on the rock edge. Yeah, right here. Looked like, I was going to say, it looks like a steel robotic chin type thing, creature thing. Let me see and go back to it. Right here on the edge. Right there. Looks like an eye, kind of like chiseled out jaw type thing. Kind of weird, huh? Like a statue type thing. But I mean, look at some of these things, man. Look at this. Look at this white piece. I don't think these are hills at all, guys. I'm being honest. From what I've seen in these photos, I don't believe that they are. I believe they're structures, and the stuff that's on the hillside, if you want to call it that, are actually parts from whatever came down from said hill. Right? All right. Let's move on to this right here. Like I said, I was talking about the Martian landscape. And, of course, we did this here, brought this out. Now, I'm going to show you another area I want you guys to see. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, Anita M., you said, I don't think those are birds. Chris, pan up again. What the hell? And he said, is that in the sky? What is that in the sky? Well, those there, what you see is like an artifact in the camera. Unless you see a motion blur, I don't believe it's nothing more than like either a micron of dust on the actual lens of the camera, or it's just an artifact in itself in the camera, right? So that's usually what the case is. Usually I look for a blur mark on those, like around the back or any part of it, because then it's something flying in the air. It has a motion blur, right? So, yeah. All right. So you guys can see that this is cool, and I still say this is absolutely a city. Now, I want you guys to see this again. This is the original from Google Earth, and anybody needs the actual coordinates are right here on the lower screen. You can see that. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Right there. And you can always go back right there. Just remember the timestamp of this video. Well, you won't see it until later. But this is probably, I don't know if it'll show it. No. Okay. But let me see. No, it's not showing it there either. Okay. Either way, here it is right here. You can always take a screenshot if you like. But it says Google Earth, and a lot of times, like I said, people will laugh about it. Oh, what do you mean Google? That's so silly. Well, if you get the program, it actually has a little drop-down box. It says Moon and Mars, and of course, the default is Google Earth, but that doesn't mean that's what this is, right? So, again, when you enhance it, bring the depth back, there's so much more in here to see. My God. And again, the reason why I'm showing you this, because I want you to pay attention to this area right here, because I'm going to show you another one right now. And you guys can try to guess what this may be, although this has got a little bit more haze to it, but we're going to have a look at that. Okay? Here it is right here. And you guys can just give me your take on that right now, and then I'm going to put it in black and white. And then you guys can give me your take on it. Okay? And there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, and you guys got to love this once I tell you what this is really all about. So I want to give you guys a little bit, a minute or two to really have a look at this and tell me what you think. And you can see, like I said, it's really hazy compared to this here, right? So, oh, you're fine, Jay. Glad you're back. William John says, one of my favorites, Chris. Nope, Mimi, it's not Titan. It's not Titan. And it does look a lot like it, though. You're right. Because I've done a video on Titan itself, and it's just really weird like that. But, again, there's a reason why I'm doing this. You guys are going to be like, what? Bubbles, yep. That's a good answer. You said it looks like snow-topped mountains. James Cragen says cloudy. Let's see. Looks like an ancient city on a hill next to the beach. Scourge 1971 says that. Martin Penright says it looks like Earth. Right, looks like a lake, Mimi says. John J says, is that on Earth? Clouds are visible. Yeah, but is it manipulation, though, done by NASA? Ricardo says, I see scratches on the film. Looks like original. Oh, shit. Okay. That scratch. Let me see. Let me go back here. Let me go back here just a hair bit. Hold on. This thing kind of jumped on me. Anyway, you said, Ricardo, you said, I see scratches on the film. It's not a scratch. It's a road. Let's put it in black and white. All right. Do you see that now, guys? That's to enhance what we're seeing here. Now, I want you to notice those pieces you see here. Okay? Right here. Look at the way the little rectangular pieces, and I'm going to take the lines off of this in a minute. These weird, like, it looks like squares right here. You see that? Right there, this little area. You can see these weird objects, stuff like that. Okay? See that? Just weird. It does. It looks like, you know, when you see other planets, it kind of really does look like that, doesn't it? Well, it is Earth. Okay? You know what it is? Check this out. This was from a GoPro that was put into the air. Now, let me show you the pictures. The original, this is of Panama City, Florida, right here. Only so much of a distance up. The higher they went up, look what it looks like. So, when we see photos like this, well, I'll go back to where you should have done it this way. When we see photos like this, isn't that kind of what we're seeing? Now, put more haze and cloudiness and stuff like that. Would we be seeing similar stuff that we're seeing here? And again, the reason why I did that is because you automatically see the actual curvature, and yeah, that would kind of suck. But yeah, so when I show you this, and then this, does that or does it not look a lot alike in the back? Again, the difference with this one is that we're seeing clouds, like you guys said, which was spot on. Would that be the same thing? Yeah. It would probably show the same thing on this photo. It'd be a lot more, let's say it was cloudy and everything, you'd probably see that. But from a distance, maybe these are patches of land, or there's a bunch of stuff stuffed together, giving that kind of landmass look, and it's not parts of land. Because I even stated in the back here, when you look at this thing, it looks like it has an opening to it. See it going off to the back. It looks like it's right there's a sliver in this going to the back. And it looks like there's something sitting right here. This piece right here looks like it's sitting in front of it, or near an entranceway, if you will. All right? So are we seeing this like that? Kind of what we see in the other photo. Now, some of you guys would tell me, hey, Chris, why don't you do that where you can show something from Earth, and would it look a lot like what we're seeing here on Mars? And absolutely. And again, the more this camera went up in the air, and I'll give you guys a link to it. Not that it's a big deal, but I'll give you the link to it. And you can see, I got it on the link. You can see the tab right up here where it says GoPro City, Panama City. I lived in Panama City for about a year and a half. Really, really cool place to live. Pensacola area, stuff like that. But again, that's a real photo, and it's much higher in the air. You can see this, or in the lower atmosphere, you can see that. But lower to the ground, this is what you'd see. Now, don't get me wrong. If the camera spun around, we probably would have seen the other picture you're seeing. But still, nonetheless, look how much drastically it looks. Everything looks like clumps of stuff instead of actually objects. But you can see, if we were to put these two together, right, you would see that there. All of these would become blobs instead of individual little items. Because you can see this when we zoom in. You can see all these little items, little houses and structures and roadways and everything else. You can actually see an airport right here. Pretty cool. And then once you get a lot higher up, everything looked like blobs. And because it's cloudy, or the atmospherics, that's what we see. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought I'd bring that to you guys and let you guys see that. And there you go. Somebody Reptile said Antarctica or the moon. No, this is actually right there on Earth. But you can see how a lot of these kind of look like blobs and maybe pieces of land as well. But you can see right here, the coast is right here. Right off the coast. So here's all inland. And you know they don't really have any mountains in Florida. It's very seldom you'll see that. Made it a little bit darker so we can bring it out a little bit better as far as the pieces we're seeing it. But you can see how it looks kind of like nothing of any really value until, you know, like I said, you look at it from this point of view and you can just see how these blobs look like that. And it's really hard to pick out a lot of this stuff because it's such a distance away. Now, it does say right here, elevation, 4,880 feet. Do the calculations, what is it, per mile? So also keep in mind that they will censor these photos too. So keep that in mind as well. Yep, Earl Bruner, you said it right, coastline. Karen Montgomery's question, is it true that we humans are tuned into a 24-hour, 40-minute day, just the same length of a Martian day? Hold on, that means we are original Martians. Yeah, we are. That's what they say. The scientists will tell you, yeah, we're more in tune with a Mars day than we are here on Earth. So this is the reason why they believe, like, we have major issues when we're, we get shorter as we get older because of the gravitational pull. That wouldn't happen on Mars. Okay? You'd actually be taller and spindly, and you wouldn't have the issues you have as you get older here. They constantly pull on your body, and at some point, you know, your body just breaks down and everything else. And that's why they say, oh, you become shorter as you get older. They're not lying there. $232 watching, 90 thumbs up. Guys, go ahead and slam it for me if you don't mind. It seems like a lot of guys jumped off of that thumbs up when I mentioned about the religious things. And like I said, guys, I don't mean any disrespect. I promise you I don't. But just like you, I have my own beliefs, right? And you guys are welcome to your own. I don't, disrespect anybody when it comes to that. I just think I just have my own way of thinking like a lot of other people do. So, and it seems like a lot of people might have jumped off because of that. And I'm sorry if you felt like I was disrespecting. I wasn't. Because I believe everybody should have their own thing, meaning their own way they think, their own beliefs. I believe that, that's what makes us all individuals. And I truly believe that. So, again, no disrespect towards anybody. Much love to everybody here. You guys know that. It's like I said, I can bring up something on here and say, well, I believe this is a structure. And most people would say, I don't see it like that. I see it like this. I'm not gonna go after you like a pit bull and say, no, you're wrong. I say it's this. No, everybody's got their own way of thinking, and I can appreciate that. So again, my he's a preacher. So just so you know, in fact, he's born again Christian. And so I don't have any disrespect as far as people religious. So just so you know that. It's just I have a different way of thinking like everybody else does. There's all denominations of Christianity, Catholicism, Buddhism. Well, some people say that's really not a religion, but regardless, I respect them all. I'm not going to, go after somebody's feelings or disrespect them because of it, because they got their own thing, That's not something I want to do, and I want to make that clear. Let me see. This thing just jumped on me again. Let me go back to this. Ian, you said we could probably live longer on Mars because that is where we are supposed to be physiologically. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and I've said this. Scientists have actually stated that themselves. We're more in tuned, and our body clock is supposed to be like something like, again, attuned to a Mars. So are we the real Martians? And again, I know it sounds funny. People go, Martians. Like I said, I always think like alien, think little gray guy with the walnut-shaped eyes. And no, I think we were who we are then on Mars, and we might have adapted to this planet a little bit more, although not fully, because we still have issues as far as physically on here on Earth. But we might have been a lot better off on Mars. Who knows, right? What you guys thoughts on that? Alien hunting dragon, Martian ant farm. Well, it could very well be. Yep, that's all you can be, James. He said, Chris, let's be honest. And that's all what we are, what you are. End of story. Yeah, I just don't believe in blowing smoke up people's butts. You know what I mean? I give my opinion about photos, whatever it may be. Politics and religion, I usually don't get into that too much because it does, get some people angry and stuff like that. I don't blame you. For the longest time, my dad and my aunt, she was of a different religion, and they'd battle it out all the time, man. I'm thinking, come on. I believe that there is an actual and maybe even more than one creator. That's the only difference compared to a lot of people. Only because I'm seeing that we are part of something much larger. And I believe that maybe more than one creator, and that's a good thing. So I don't see it as a bad thing. But I'm more of on a spiritual than I am like on a religious. You know what I mean? Like a strict religious. That's all. And like I said, I respected both. My aunt's passed away now, but she had her own thing, and I respected that, just like my dad's. No big deal, But some people will get really angry about that with whether it's religion or, whether it's politics, politricks, as I like to call it. Paulie Mack, he said, we also have different type skin than other animals on Earth. Lack of fur like most animals. Our skin is very sensitive to sunlight, etc. Exactly. You're exactly right. This is the reason why they say, well, if it's a little bit dimmer sunlight on Mars, we wouldn't burn as easy. So it'd be actually easier on our skin as well. This is the reason why they believe we're so in tune with that type of thing, right? We're more in tune with Mars itself. RD1 6669, try remote viewing and draw the pictures. That's interesting. I want to have that done. A lot of people like to really remote view. Need to get in touch with one of these guys and ask them about that. That'd be really interesting, actually. Oops. Sarah Music says, to each his own. Absolutely. Totally get it. Yep. Hudson Cross says, God is too big for just one religion. Michael Fronte, Hello Bonjour song. I don't think I've ever heard that. Leslie Warren says, I'm a Christian, but open-minded. See, and exactly right. That's why I don't really care about people's whatever religious they may be, and I respect them all. I just have my own different thoughts, just like everybody else does. I know people, I can get 5 different people in here that are Christian and have different views. Does that make them all wrong, or one's right and they're all wrong? No. That's just their opinions of how they either A, interpret the book, or how they feel about how it's changed our lives. That's all. And we're all different people here, you know, and that's what I love about everybody here. Everybody's different, and that's what I love. You know, everybody has their own different opinions, but a lot of times we all see eye to eye, and that's what makes the difference. No C said, would our skin help from freezing on Mars? Probably not, because you'd be smart enough to probably go underground or into a structure, kind of like you would do if you were living on, let's say, in Alaska or Antarctica or any frozen tundra around the world. You know, clearly you know your skin's sensitive, so what would you do? You would actually go in hiding to stop that from happening. Because like a lot of areas around, well, some frozen tundras, you go out there and you can literally freeze your lungs within minutes. So yeah, that's not something you want to do. I mean, Space Nomad says the Farsight Institute did remote viewing of Mars. They have a channel on YouTube. It's very interesting content and accurate information. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like I said, they had that guy. I remember we went over this and we talked about how there was a guy who all they did was he was a remote viewer, and they gave him coordinates. That's all they did. They didn't even tell him what planet. And they said, go to this and tell me what you see. And, of course, he went on and on and on, and he's trying to make heads or tails. You can hear him going, oh, man, he said, I'm seeing very, very tall structures, and I'm in a valley. He talks about different coordinates when they haven't jumped to different coordinates. And he says, I'm at the bottom of this valley, and the hills are so tall and so large. Oh, my God. And then how he got into, he says, I'm in these structures, and there's actually aliens in here. There's people, I think he said it looked like a lot like us. He said, I don't know if they see me yet, but he's trying to ask one of them a question. One of them seems to be, I think it said one of them seemed to be weeping or something like that. So he said, oh, my God, they see me. So he started talking to this one. And they said, well, we sent out a search party because our planet is dying. We're trying to get to another world. So they're waiting for them to come back. So that was interesting. And, of course, I didn't say all the details, and I might have actually twisted a couple of them. But in a nutshell, that's what they were saying, right? Mimi, you said you're taking off? Okay, thank you for the hangout, Chris. Good night, everybody. Sleep well and stay safe. All right, Mimi, thanks for being here and your support. As always, thank you very much. Have yourself a great weekend there, right? All right, here's another thing I want to show you guys. Oh, yeah. We know what time it is, right? Let's see here. If we can do this. I don't know if we can even get into this. Let's see if we can even get into this here itself. Let's do it this way. I don't think I can. Okay. You see this one here. That's a different one here. Go back to this one. Let's do it this way. Okay. Oh, can't make it any bigger. That's what sucks. All right, which is not a big deal. I'll give you this pen to check out, guys. This is interesting because I've done a video on this. Of course, it wasn't as clear as this one particular one. But again, just a square. I'll put this in the middle of the screen right there. The end of this so-called butte. Look at the end of it. It's got a square end to it. Of course, it's going to move when I move my cursor here. But look at here in the bottom. Go straight across. Then up the side. See that? Up the side of it. And again on the bottom, go straight across. Really? I'm not, that's just crazy. And get out your magnifiers, guys, because I can't zoom in any more than this, which kind of stinks. But again, I'll give you the actual link to this as always. Even way off in the background, I can see this right from here. Let's do this. I don't know if I can, this will magnify it enough, but let's see. Again, we can see it right here. Up on the side here. And we can see on the very bottom. And way in the back there in the grade, it looks like this squiggly piece coming right off the bottom of this. Let me see something here. Let's see if I can. Okay, let's do it that way. Okay. Try to trick this bad boy if we can, but I don't think we can. All right. Right there in the back, it looks like some kind of squiggly piece right there. But look at this. Straight across just about and all the way up the sides of this. Got these almost looks like complete flat walls or levels right there sticking straight out of this front of this butte type thing. Wouldn't that all have rolled down, meaning just rocks rolling down? But I can see what looks like straight pieces coming straight out of this. All right. Again, we got these other squared off areas. Something on the top there. And there's a lot of stuff in here to see, guys. There's a lot of stuff. There's a white piece right there. It almost looks like a cutout of this thing right here. I'm looking at this other hill in the back. You can see what looks like square items sitting right on the top of that. I can actually keep this magnified. You guys can actually use your magnifiers because it's even more magnified. Oh, yeah, it's definitely... Look at this. Oh, my God, dude. These guys are... Wow. Hold on. Yeah, there's a white piece here. Right there. There's another square right here. Wow, this is cool. Like I said, if you got your magnifiers out, guys, check that out. There's pieces sitting right on the top of this hill. And some of them are different colors. So in other words, they're not all like a stone, like lined up like some of these ridges have. Right there's one. This one looks like golden color. There's another 90-degree angle. Looks like it's sitting right here. Now these, not so much. They're kind of vague, but you can see this weird piece coming out of that right there. What do you guys think of that? I'm looking at it with my magnifier at the same time. That's pretty interesting. Ricardo Petrozzi, thank you very much for your support, sir. As always, you said, hi, Chris and gang. A small token of my appreciation for a great live hangout. Really enjoy the discussion every time. Everyone has something of value to say, and we all learn something new each week. Exactly. And that's what makes this, the group here awesome. Just cool stuff. A lot of stuff here to see. And a lot of, a lot of things, again, opinions, a lot of different views. And that's what makes it unique. That's what's cool. Let me see if I can get this over here a little bit more. Whoops. I hate it when it does that. I'm trying to get it where I can just creep up and get out of this thing and then go down here. Check this thing out. Again, you always see this, like all of this debris coming down, but if you check out this pan, again, you'll get the links. Lots and lots to see here, guys. When you go on this and you can download this, when you look at it, it's just crazy. The stuff that's in here. Let me see here. I might even have this. I'm not sure I do, though. There's that one. There's that one. Nope, that's a different one. Not that one's a big deal. Same one, okay. But that one, the stuff that's in here is just insane. Cool stuff. I get layered rock. I'm okay with that. But some of the stuff, no way. It looks like there's way too much debris for this hillside. Am I the only one thinking that? Or is it just saying, well, no, it's just a typical hillside? And it could very well be, right? I didn't even see you in there, Mauricio. Mauricio Rocha is in the house. What's going on, Mauricio? Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, Ricardo. You said, cool desktop background. District 9 spaceship. No, this was from, well, it looks a lot like it. I think it is pretty much almost the same. That was on the, that movie, like I said, it was Curse of the Mayans. And you can find it on the other site here. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let me see. You guys just wrote something else here. I want to see if I hate when that happened. Let's do this. Okay, that's a little better. All right, there we go. I hate it when it does that. It's literally you like go to move down and somehow it'll just go, it'll just jump way up. That's not good. Not good at all. So, anyway, like I said, I found that movie on Odyssey.com, and it's called Curse of the Mayans, and that was actually in the movie. So I thought that was pretty cool and pretty interesting. I said, I think I'll just go ahead and do a screenshot and Snapchat. But it was still even blurry on the screen, which is really odd. So I grabbed it anyway and just threw it on there. Sharpened it up a little bit and threw it on there. I think it's cool looking. Yeah, there's so much in here. Man, I'm just... Rocks I don't care about. We all know there's rocks. There's sand. But I think a lot of this is being made to look like this. And look at this right here. This whole area right here looks like it has things standing up one behind the other. Get out my magnifier here and check this out. Yep. Oh yeah, you guys definitely have to check this out. And when I seen this pan, I was just looking over it, and it had so much there. You can download it right here. You can see it right here on the bottom. I thought I already had this thing. Let's download that thing for the heck of it. What do you think? Yeah, it's quite large, but there you go. Oh, yeah, here we go. That's a lot better. Lot better. I always thought if you saw something like this here, everything falling down off the face of this, right, that you wouldn't see too many flat pieces. Now, I'm not saying you can't. Obviously, there's layered rock, so you would see that, right? Let me see. Now that we can really get into this. Let me just back up here a little bit. Okay, that squiggly line there was just another ledge type thing. But look at the pieces laying up here. Look at this. I mean, how does a rock look like that amongst all this other stuff? Look at this nice straight edge right here. Let me put it right in the middle. Right here. We go back over to here. Just the fact that these are not even clear. Again, it's supposed to be this, you know, creme de la creme cameras. And like I said, I think they said it's a 20 meg camera. I believe it's much better than that with quality, probably like equivalent to 4 of 8K. Even you guys have even stated that. You said, yeah, come on. In this day and age, there's no reason to have this subpar piece of garbage camera on here. It just doesn't make sense. Looks like a little tiny white piece right there or something right there. Something sticking out right here and there. Look at this. Right there, it's got a little shadow under it. Whatever that is sticking right there. It's like kind of like a bulb type thing with something sticking right out. Yeah, that would be amazing. Megs K was just saying that to you, Ricardo. I'm saving up for a tour with Brian Forster and be from Untitled. I'd like to actually go there. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Definitely would be cool. Yeah, Josh, you're right. You said it always looks just out of focus. Yeah, it's either that or it's just, like I said, there's no reason why this shouldn't be crystal clear. Well, I think we all know the reason for that. I think they are absolutely crystal clear when they first get them, and then after they put all the garbage into them, they just degrade them, put all the, block anything and do anything they need to do to these photos and put them out for the public consumption. That's what I think it comes out to. And I think a lot of this is done by AI on the rover itself, or probably blocks this stuff out and knows the difference between rocks and structures or whatever and just does it itself. And then, of course, they just touch it up when it gets to here on Earth. That's an interesting piece right there in the center. Almost like looks like a tub type thing. Got that weird shape to it. Got a wall to it right there. See it right there? Interesting shape. You didn't know any better. It looked like there's a wheel underneath that right there. You can see something looks like it's round. What do you guys think of that? Third Eye Open, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, hello, everybody. Yeah, Cherry Lane, you're right. It's more like crumb de la crumb. Trash de la trash. Thomas, you said ESA has opened registration to become astronaut. They are searching for 30 people between 27 and 57 years old, master's degree, survival skills, able to go and live in Germany. Details on their website. Huh. Interesting. Well, like I said, Martin, your question was, I wonder what crap pitches the Mars helicopter will show us. Well, they already took the very first one, like I said earlier in the Hangout, where it was like after it dropped it from the belly of the Perseverance rover, and it took its own photo, and like I said, it was like 5 or 10 days later. Well, you know, what's the deal there? And it was really nothing in there to see, of course, but yeah. But to me, I just thought that was kind of odd. Why so long to show the public? Kind of odd pieces sticking out right here. Something else right here, just looking at too. Look at this thing right here. Sticking out right there. I think whoever put this pan together too, they actually sharpened it up a hair bit, because I'm noticing that too. Of course, it was probably super, super blurry at the time, and really couldn't make too much out of it. But even at the top of this right here, look at this, and it just doesn't look like you would think. Okay, I've seen rocks, I've been in hills, I hike, I see this kind of thing, and I never see this kind of stuff right here. I just don't see that. Look, it looks like a pipe sticking out right here, or something like could be like a rebar iron type thing bent right here, sticking out. This right here, I'm not even sure what to make of that, but it has this weird straight line and curves right here. Comes over, has this square piece, a rectangular piece with this middle part. Didn't know better. It looked like a freaking car buried in the dirt. Some kind of vehicle of some sort. Not sure what to make of that. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Josty, I was just thinking the same thing. He said the thing in the middle just now looks like a freaking bathtub. And it does. I mean, there's no way around that. It's what it looks like. Just some of the things that are on here, you're just like, what can that possibly be? I mean, is that natural? I don't know. Look at some of the crazy things down here. Just, I mean, look at the parts. I mean, here's one right here. Looks like it's rectangular in shape. Kind of goes down like this here. And it looks like there's almost like a slot in the middle of that, but it's damaged right there. You guys see that? Just look at the pieces laying around. I'm going to leave it right here. Look at the funky looking pieces. This one right here. All the way to the right of this photo, right where we're at right at this point. Look at this. If these aren't rocks, or they are rocks, they're funky looking, but if they're not rocks, what are they? Ricardo, you said running on a radiation-hardened single-board computer, SBC, which is no more powerful than a Raspberry Pi. Are you talking about the actual rover itself? Yeah, Mauricio, what's going on? You said, hi, Chris. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Let's see. Space Nomad, you said the real Jimmy Roberts 1 proved that NASA uses a certain algorithm or software to create fake landscapes and geological features to hide obvious anomalies on Mars, but they failed to cover up everything. I've been saying that for years. Again, they have like an AI or rock mimicking software. They can just drop this over anything they need to. And don't get me wrong, there could be natural things going on that's at play here as well, right? Like, let's say there's something like this piece here. Far right, that's white, right there. That's a Martian spoon, hypothetical. Okay, is it possible that it can get encrusted over a certain amount of time, right? A course of time. Sure. You know, we got weather, it's cold, it's hot, it's dusty, it's rainy, it does have moisture in the air. Even if it's slight moisture, it's still if it gets moist enough, especially when it's hot and then it gets cold, got a little moisture on it, dust kicks up, sticks to it, is it possible it gets encrusted over a course of time? I say yes. Exactly, Jeremy Hillier. You said, I've seen watercolor paintings by children with more detail. Come on, NASA. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Sad. But just some of the shapes in here. Are these all rocks? Nope. I don't believe so. Look at this thing. Look at the details on this thing right here in the middle of the screen. Really? Check that out. Nice shape to the front of this thing. It's you can see it's more narrow here at the end. Nice curvature or contour right here. And then we've got what looks like pieces right here on top. And again, is this encrusted or is this being centered as well to take out the details? But just that alone, I say that's not a rock. And it has a shadow underneath it. So this end of this is off the ground. You can see that. And it's out inside pretty well because we can see from this rock, I was going to say it almost looks like high noon. So it could be pretty close, and it may be actually pretty darn close. Notice how not all the things have shadows? Imagine that. If it's high noon, that would explain that, because if it's right on the ground, you're not going to see the shadow. But it's what it looks like to me anyway. But you can see how it's long, this piece right here. Look at the nice curve coming out like this here. You can see there's like a design line. One there, and one from here on this corner going towards the back of this thing. But check out the shape of that. That, to me, looks intelligently made. What's you guys' thoughts? Flatland Racer says, looks like a blown-up spaceship, LOL. Well, I mean, I believe that something's been blown to pieces here, and what we're seeing is remnants in different parts of whatever this stuff is. Again, it doesn't look like it's natural stuff, at least not all of it. Well, clearly there's rocks and dirt and stuff, but I think everything they're mostly looking at is what they went there for. It's a recon mission to actually see what happened to this planet, explore everything there is that's lying around on the ground, or at least the things they find truly amazing and interesting. They want to basically tear it apart. Of course, they really can't because they just have a robot to do this, or a rover. So it'll take its close-up pictures of it, really define photos. Can you imagine what they're actually seeing? Oh, my God. That must be incredible. Rob Eberhard says, Chris, do you think full disclosure is coming soon? I think it's going to come slowly. I don't think it's going to be like, I don't think it's just going to be like they're just going to drop us on us, like, let's say next week. I don't think they're going to do that. I think you're going to find more and more it's going to leak out. Now, as far as what they're seeing as far as UFOs here on Earth, they may do that a little bit more because it's not like people don't see these things, right? We see them all the time. So it makes you wonder, what's really going on here, because let me see. I think, like I said, as far as UFOs, everybody sees those. So, yeah, doesn't simply make any sense, does it? As far as Mars, it'll be very slow. Here, they might show it pretty quick. Not sure what to make of that. That mess right there. It's kind of stacked like this. The 420 Hero says, so what's this? Is this another planet? Yes, we're looking at Mars here. Gigapan, which means a bunch of photos of one particular day. A Sol day. You can see this is on Sol 1441 panorama, which means it's basically a bunch of photos that... Oh, let me do it this way. I'm sorry. Been stitched together. You can see the stitch lines right here. There's different photos all stitched together to make one big giant pan type thing. And that's what we're seeing. But yeah, this is actually Mars. Again, looking at this area, just it looks like the way this thing is laid out that there could have been something else here. Do you guys think this is all natural sitting right here, or do you think there's a little bit more to it? Kurt Urbanus says Mars is a new America. Oh, you're going to see a lot of that, Leslie. You said, have you seen the video NASA sent of the rover? What a laugh. Yeah, I mean, it's sad, right? Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. 420 here says, nice. I just really wish NASA could find out how to travel through the speed of light so we could find out if the exoplanets such as Kepler 452b. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Oh, you can bet if it's got anything to it. In other words, if they've seen it, taken a look at it, and they've seen if anything of any value, they're going to make sure they can do what they can do to get there. Send a probe, whatever it is they need to do, and they'll send something, either an orbiter, which is usually the very first thing they'll do, right? And that's pretty much it. That's what they do. Let me see. There you go, Ricardo. Mars is Utah. Robert Morgan. I won't make the joke about the Martians using human penile as gear shifters. Man, that would be bad. Jay McGuffey says the secrets and the lies keep the fires in our skies. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Rob Eberlin says, thanks. Dude, have a great weekend. You do the same, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Oh, yeah. I've often said that, William. You said they don't waste shots. All picks have something in them. Well, again, if you're there for a specific thing, then you're going to do your best to, go after whatever it is you're after. So, makes perfect sense, right? Look at this right here. This piece right in the middle of the screen. And look at the way that thing's shaped now that I look at it more and more. Check this out. Right there, going across. Almost the same thing on the other side. Double layered rock type thing. Some kind of flat piece. 1 and 2. Right there. Okay. What else we got here, guys? Look at this. That's a nice looking rock right there. What do you guys think of that? Yeah, I see natural rocks like that all the time. Let me see here. Let me see. Taskin Mehmet, I guess it's called. Your last name. The rock on the top right don't look real or like it's meant to be there. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things in here that are just really, really weird looking things, right? That just don't make any sense. And you go, okay, I've seen rocks. I mean, everybody's been somewhere and seen piles of rocks, boulders, hills. Did you ever see a rock like that? Oops. Yeah, I agree with you, Ricardo. He said, wow, NASA giving us a bone there. Well, yeah, I mean, what? No, that's not natural. Definitely not. Definitely not. That's kind of odd right there. Just right in the middle here. Almost looks like a square piece with this piece sticking out right there. See that? Where that thing's shaped? What do you guys think of that? Now, a lot of times, don't get me wrong, you can have shadows playing with your eyes. There's no doubt about that. We can have that. You got a piece right above this. Look at this. The way this thing's shaped right here. Right there. Nice and straight on this side, on the left. Got a little straightness right there, and a little piece right there. Kind of curves. Almost like a strap, like a steel strap type thing, or some kind of frame of something right there. Interesting. Like I said, sometimes, or many times I should say, they blend everything to look like this right here. I guarantee if you brought this down, brought the brightness down, you see all kinds of features in this. You know, it's just weird how you'd have, wait a minute, it's one thing to have sand, but when you have like, wait a minute, this is like totally vertical and you have the sand all over that, or are they hiding something? That's the question you got to ask, right? Mm-hmm. Not sure what to make of this thing. Look at this. What is that? So they got a cutout right here, or at least it appears to. Has this other piece that's almost square, and has this other lighter piece sticking straight up in the air. It's got a curvature to it because it has a shadow under it. What is that? Anybody knows what that is? The 420 Hero says, but I highly doubt anything interstellar or space-related will make us go extinct. I want to be sucked into a black hole so I can find out if it leads anywhere, even though they say it deletes anything in it. Well, they also say it rips things apart, because they said they were observing a black hole one time where it looked like a planet was going in. It was literally shredding it. So that might not be a good idea either. But it would be interesting. You know, I'm sure they thought of that. Sending something right into one of these black holes, or tried to? Yeah. Look at this mess right here. What's the chance of that, guys? Oh, there's a gutter on your house you lost. But, I mean, look at this. It's got some height to it. It looks like it's got a jagged edges, like it's been a rotting piece of metal right here. See how it goes right here from the front? Again, it looks all jagged, and it goes all the way to the back, and there's another side, right on the other side, on the left-hand side. It's like the same exact length. They're pretty close. And you got these other pieces here. Yep. Kurt Abanis, well, Banis, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. A perfect line cut. Yep. No, see, he said, what if this is just what it is? Eroded rocks on another planet. Listen, you're free to believe whatever you like. I'm not forcing you to believe anything. But even yourself, you have to question some of these so-called rocks because some of them do not look like it's natural. Just not natural. Simple as that. But, yeah, you come to your own conclusion. I'm just here to show you the things that stand out, and you just, make up your own mind. That's one thing we don't do here. We don't tell you it is this, and that's it. That's all there is to it. Again, just weird-looking features on these so-called hills. Now, can Mother Nature erode and do stuff like this and make weird shapes? Absolutely. But then there's some things, not so much. Like I showed in my last video, there's no way that that stuff there is natural. But again, that's my opinion. Now, let's see. Good question. The 420 Hero, he said, so what's so inhabitable about Mars? Well, we don't think that they're telling the truth about, one, the atmosphere. Two, it has a blue sky. They've actually made a mistake last time they had the one of the landers, the InSight lander. When it landed down, this first picture showed a blue sky, so it's not red. That doesn't mean it can't be, because it does have dust in the air and stuff like that, and it can actually have this reddish tinge to the picture. But they also have an actual, filter that goes over the lens of the camera that is actually red. It's on the Molly cam, right at the end of the turret arm, where it has all the tools and everything else, and cameras and other stuff. And it actually has a little door that opens and closes. So they can actually change it anytime they want to, and give it that red tinge when they want. So, I believe it is habitable, and they're just not telling us that it is. Now, you guys have seen this here. Some of you guys have said it looked like a Klingon vessel or something. But look at the way this thing's rotted. See this right here? This is white piece. Yeah, a lot of times that's actually something that hasn't been covered, like they made a mistake. And then a lot of it is actually colored. You could have something laying right here on the ground that's colored like the sand next to it, and you would totally miss it, because they like to play with colors and block stuff out. That's just the way it is. What was that other question? This thing just jumped at me. Hold on, guys. Let me try to go back to it. Beating you. I like that. Beating you. Hi, Chris. Happy Friday. Love your videos. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here. Now, there you go, Inhabit Mars. He said, yeah, the last windstorm we had blew the shingles and gutters off the house. Now I know where they landed. Yeah, well, there you go. Must have been one heck of a storm. Let's back out a little bit. Oh, we definitely analyzed the moon as well, Ben Graham. If you go to my Lunar Anomalies and Beyond video, I should say page, I've got nothing but moon videos on it. And I put a couple good ones here on this one as well, like miles high structures found on the moon. I think you'll like that. Really, really cool stuff. And the stuff's plain as day, man. It's right there. Sometimes it's all about shadowing, and that's how they hide it. Bring up the exposure in some of these areas, boom, they show right up. Bring this back a little bit. Now, let's see. Dale Rogers, what's going on? You said plates of steel around that area. Yeah. There's a lot of things that, even if they're not steel, maybe just, maybe they built some of the structures like a slate kind of shingle or structural kind of thing. Maybe, right? And let's see. Phil C., I didn't even see you here either. When'd you jump in there? Or did I even say hi to you earlier? It looks like framework laying on a sheet of flat wood. Yeah. Just saying it's the very same thing. Look how much, look how much rocks it just happen to be on this hillside, right? Look at this. And even when you look at these rocks, guys, come on. They just look CGI. They don't look like a real rock. Now, some people may argue the point and say, well, what if it's because it's just poor resolution and it looks that way? That's a very good possibility. But some of the things in here, like long pieces like that, some of these rocks, you can see the way they just don't look natural. It's as simple as that. This, right here in the middle of the page. Check this thing out. What is that? And you can see how they try to go over, like blur it out, but look at the shape and the design of this piece. Right here. Check that out, guys. Right there in the middle of the screen. What do you guys think of that? Phil C. said, what was that spot in the sky? Phobos? Well, keep in mind, they actually have... There's an artifact in one of the cameras, and I don't remember which one it is off the top of my head. Maybe some of you guys remember that. Make this thing here bigger. Okay. And it's in every photo, and it's in, well, that has that particular camera being used. You'll see that. Yep. Kurt Obama says, SpaceX 2024, the truth is out there. Oh, well, everybody's hoping, has got their fingers crossed, that we're going to see the real truth. They're going to drop the truth on us after that. I don't believe that they will. Now, I think we'll end up going through these photos here for X amount of time. And again, don't get me wrong, I'm optimistic that they will drop more and more sooner and sooner. So, not only more information, but maybe more frequently. What do you guys think of that? Are you guys thinking the same thing, or are you thinking, maybe not so much? Maybe they'll drop it sooner, or do you think later? What's your thoughts on that? James, again, thank you for your support, brother. I do appreciate it. You said, Chris, even if this pic isn't showing anything for someone, grand, no problem. But there's hundreds of pics that have undeniable evidence, like it or not. Yeah, that's true. You know, whether people believe it or not doesn't change it whether it's truth or it's real or not, right? You know, some people just refuse to believe that there could be anything on Mars, and that's fine. Listen, I mean, that's, all the power to them. Check this out. Perfect two pieces. This so-called rock is a perfect round circle. Something looks like vaguely sticking out of it. Looks to be almost square on the outside of it. And then we have what looks like the back of this right here. Look, it almost has a split, almost like a claw of a hammer. You guys see that right there? Well, look at this thing. And it's perfectly round circle. But like I said, it looks like something sticking out of it. Alien Hunting Dragon says, please upvote, you are here. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. This is a perfect example of messing with the channel. Twice I've seen this happen. I don't know if you guys have seen this. We had over 150 thumbs up. Twice it's dropped down to 80. And now it's slowly going back up. Have you guys noticed that? Twice this has happened. I've watched it literally go down. We had 4 thumbs down and about 160, 180 thumbs up. And they kept dropping. Till one time it went down to like 65, and then it started going back up again. Then it dropped again. It went over 100 and dropped again. Have you guys noticed that? So there's definitely some effery going on. And I'm going to find out if they can go and find out what happened there, in case somebody's either messing with the live stream or it's something they're doing. Jerry Lahane says, symmetry, look for it always on Mars. Yeah, I mean, symmetry, you don't usually find that, at least not in nature. It doesn't mean it's out of the question, right? But it's very rare to see, especially if it's one item or another item next to it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Yep, James. You said, Chris, LOL, just jumped again. Yeah, twice this has happened. Twice. Went from over 160, 100, and just did it down. Look at it. It's like, and this has happened over, I had 160, 180 thumbs up, and it dropped all the way down to like 60 and 70, and it was like, went down to like 86 earlier, and now it's slowly going back up. They're messing with this channel, guys. They definitely mess with the channel, and I'm going to find out if it's somebody, like, decide to do their hacking or whatever. I'll find out. I will definitely find out. It just goes to show you, either it's people that are other channels that don't like your channel and they're having you hacked. That's happened before, where they're going to hack my channel, and it would not surprise me if it's the same person or someone else, and that's fine. Listen, we're still here. We're still having a good time, so it doesn't matter to me. But the idea is, it's like, why mess with another channel if yours is doing fine? Doesn't make any sense, right? Or it's this them messing with it, but that's never happened. That's only the first time I've ever seen that happen twice. And I'm saying, what is going on here? So you know as well as I do, somebody's messing with the channel. And like I said, I'll find out who it is. Look at this item on the top here. What do you guys think of that? It looks to have almost like this wing type thing right there. Look at it coming down. Looks like it's round here in the face of this, going around to the right side of it. Right there. Going on the edge. It looks like it's buried in the front here. Looks like to have this like round piece sticking out of this right here. Look at that. Is that really a rock? And you can see this looks like it's almost curved. See it? Doing this. And this thing, it looks like it has a ring right here going around this piece sticking out and ending right there. Like it's symmetrical as well, right? Is that natural? Not in my opinion. .420 Hero says, screw the haters, stupid hackers. We'll get you. Oh, yeah. Listen, other people can play that game too, man. That's all right. It's all good. But they may be able to find out just how it's happening. I can check with them too. I'm not one of these people that say, I just believe that two wrongs don't make it right. But you know what? Sometimes, it's all about payback. And like I said, I don't really care. I don't lose sleep at night. But it's just funny how this happens. It's just kind of funny. It doesn't discourage me. We're having a great time here. So I could care less. But it's stupid to see it do that. It doesn't make any sense. You should not be seeing the thumbs up dropping like a rock. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like I said, that's happened twice so far. And it was we got 244 watching. There's 118 thumbs up. And at the time, there was under 200. And we had about 160 actually thumbs up. 170, somewhere on there. Look at this piece sticking out of the ground right here. This little piece here. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen. Right there. And we get this other piece right next to this other rock kind of weird thing right here. Yep, John Shea, exactly. Yep, Ricardo, yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely, James. He said, Chris, stop, man. It's pure jealousy. That's what it is. Oh, yeah. I mean, common sense, right? It's not like this issue hasn't happened before. But, like I said, if they think they're really hurting me, it's the way I look at it. I mean, I find it rather strange. It's pretty sad if there's somebody doing it. It's pretty bad that they're doing that. But I sleep like a baby at night. It's all good. This piece here, that's pretty interesting. Out of these horizontal pieces, you got one that's standing up right here. Looks like it's got a nice 90-degree angle right there. See that? Piece standing straight up out of this ground, so to speak. But see the way this is actually opened up right here? And this piece looks like it goes inside. It's almost like we're seeing a framework of this so-called hillside. So that's what made me think, and I've seen this many a times, where it looks like that, they're building into these hills or these buttes, right? That's why I believe that in some ways, because it almost seems like you can see like a framework or something sticking out that is completely straight, and you see many of them sticking out of these hillsides. So what's the first thinking or thought would come to your head would be, is this more like a natural skin and they built into this? Good possibility. Well, this thing. What is that? Just this end piece alone is kind of weird, right? See that? Alien Hunting Dragon says, need to go to odyssey.com. Yeah, we're already set up there, man. And like I said, it just seems like it's a lot better quality as far as video-wise, too. Yeah, we're up there, too. You can just search for me if you don't already know I'm up there. But, yeah, I mean, we're up there, too. So it's all good. Look at these right here. The real light right here in the very center. See the way these white pieces are right here? Look at this. Almost ghosted completely out. Right here in this very center of the page. What is that? Almost seems symmetrical. Kind of comes like this, goes down. Almost has like this bulbous type thing right here. What is that? Dave S., he said, I saw the likes drop 3 times. It's now at 125. Yeah, exactly. So it just makes you wonder, what is the deal? How jealous do you have to be to do something like that? It's all right. It's all good. It's all right, though. I'm a big fan of Kamo. What do you guys think? Big fan. Look at this right here. Looks like the top of a tombstone type thing right there at the top. What do we got here? On this ledge here. Could be nothing more than just rocks there. Another weird piece sticking straight out. And look at this right here. This is what you got to pay attention to. Look at this white sliver piece right here. And you can see where they went just like this here. Blurred out, dark blur right here. Up and over in the center of this piece. You got a white square right here on the left side of that blur. And you got a nice vertical piece right here, standing straight up, and it's white. See that? Something's hidden right behind this dark blur to hide that out. See that? How about this piece right here, just on the lower right? Look at this block. Look at that little piece sitting right there in that opening, or that piece right there cut out in the block. It looks like a block, but look at that little piece right there, guys. Lower right corner. Check that out. What do you guys think of that? Let me see, this thing kind of jumped on me here. Josh D, are you taking off? You said nearly 2 a.m. here. About time to get some sleep. Been wrecked. Bam wrecked. Oh, there's much more there. The 420 Hero, he says, so does Antarctica have a super species living there, or is it just a freezer for dinosaurs? We'll never know due to the fact no one wants us to know. You go on my page and just search Antarctica. In fact, you can just go down the photos. I've got 2 or 3 videos of Antarctica alone. There's much, much more, and it's being censored out. And the reason for that is the people who are going there, these Air Force pilots that are taking these pictures, They're also work for NASA. Imagine that. So, yeah, so check that out when you can. There's much more going on in Antarctica. Right here on our own Earth, a lot of ancient civilizations have talked about, technologies and stuff like that. Even the pyramids in Egypt, some believe that the main pyramid of Giza was an actual power plant, like a wireless power plant type thing, because in the main gallery, there's things that have been ripped out of there. Now, is that the case? I can't vet it, but they've come together and actually come to that conclusion. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's the only one that doesn't have any kind of hieroglyphs or anything in it, like a lot of the others, because they're basically burial grounds for pharaohs or what have you, right? At least that's the way they initially said. But there was some ancient writings where they said that they didn't believe. Well, they actually shouldn't say that. What they said was some of them said these were here when we got here, and it's like that with a lot of ancient civilizations where they literally would build over the old civilization stuff, and that they build onto it or over it, depending on how you want to look at it. So now they're thinking that the Sphinx is much, much older, maybe much older than the pyramids themselves. Look at this thing. Look at these funky looking rocks up here. Got almost like a pyramidal type little thing right here. Got that nice triangular shape. This piece down here. This piece right here looks like almost like a clamshell the way the thing's right there. This piece right here. Interesting. Nice little cutouts here, right there on this rock. Look at the inside. You can see this shape right here. And in the dim area right there in the darkness, it's got a shape. If you look at the whole thing, it looks like the shape of Florida. But you can see these shapes right here on the edge of this. Is that really a rock? Don't think so. Don't think so. Right here. Not even sure what to make of this thing right next to it. Interesting. Where these rocks are right here, they just happen to be raised off the ground. Piece right behind it. Look at that thing. The way that's got that piece right there. Like I said, if these are all rocks, they're pretty crafty. How about a nice stone pizza slice, guys? Alien Hunting Dragon says, I'll be here, Chris. Appreciate it. 420 here says, karma's a real thing. Believe it or not. Oh, yeah. Firm believer in it. Leslie Warren, you said, Chris, you can see that the old with the new in Egypt. The big granite boxes in the pyramids, no way built by Egyptians themselves. Say, we never built them, their ancestors built them, etc. Well, again, they always said that, they had help building the pyramids with from the overseers or from their gods above. Depending on how you read it and what part you read, it's pretty interesting. Pretty cool. And this piece right here. Kind of interesting shape, if I must say so myself. Shadow Dark Knight says exploded part. Yeah, I mean, you could just see some of these things. It just, like I said, I believe a lot of this can be encrusted from being here years, from weathering and whatever else. And then some of it, not sure. A lot of it's actually been censored out. It's either an AI algorithm that they're using, which I believe that it is. And, of course, they touch it up. They do have a rather big CGI department. Check this piece out here. Looks like almost like a petrified wood type thing. Almost looks like a smaller one just below it. See it right here in the very shade there. Right there. You guys see that? Jack Lambert, you said through NASA's massively poor attempt of obfuscation without a doubt. Devastated ruins. Oh, yeah. Let me get down here. It said that, true. Bushcraft Survival, Jack, he said, Thoth the Atlantean built the pyramids. That's what I heard, too, in some of these stories. Pretty interesting, if you ask me. And it does not surprise me, because these writings go way back. And, you know, if you remember correctly, too, it also says that Thoth was saying that, you know, there's another giant cavern underneath the Sphinx itself. And supposedly that's where his spaceship is, and anybody who seeks the knowledge, or someday when you do actually seek the knowledge, you'll know how to find it and get down there. And they did actually take a radar image of it, and there's actually giant caverns underneath the Sphinx itself. So, yeah. This is the reason why they don't want a lot of people excavating a lot of the Egyptian sites or anything of that sort, right? Let's see what else we got here. Here's another interesting one here. This is pretty cool. I'm going to use the magnifier on this. Bam! Look at the shapes of these things, guys. This is cool. Look at this. This looks like it has a pedestal on it right here. It's on this thing right here. It looks like something rather large is sitting on it. Right there. Right there in the middle of the screen. We got this large block or whatever this is supposed to be. I don't believe it's an actual block. I think here's the thing. If you were NASA or these guys that wanted to hide things, what would you do? Okay, you can either make something look like a giant block, or you can leave the technology right in the photo. What would you do? So even if you were to say, oh my God, they're probably thinking, you know what, these guys will flip out and say, look, blocks. There's blocks on Mars. As long as they're not seeing what's really there. So even if they come to the conclusion, oh, these guys are coming to the conclusion thinking that these are nothing more than ancient ruins, that's fine. As long as they don't get to see what's really there. So I think that's what they do. Look at this right here. On the side of that thing, too. See what looks like all of these? Looks like a 9 or something? What the heck is that? Let me see something here. Right on the side of this, right here. Or some kind of little writings or something. You can see it right in this area right here. Now, whether it is or not, I don't know. Here, it's like a light gray. What are these pieces coming down right here? Right, look at the blurring in here. Wow, this is crazy. Right there, the lower left corner. You got pieces in here you can see. Again, make everything the same color. Nothing stands out. And that's the whole key to it. There's pieces right here. Not sure what that is right there. No, I just noticed Cloudy with a chance of UFOs in there. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Gary 420's in there. Phil Cox with daughters Jessica and Kelsey Brown. Robert Morgan, you said, how did this square rock roll out of the cave? It looked to have tracks. Oh, I see what you're saying right here. It's got these weird pieces right here. Now, again, we can argue and say, well, these are nothing more than, you know, just layered rock, and it could very well be, right? But some of these things, look at the shape of these things. Look at this. Nah. Now, it's possible it was a stone structure and it had come apart. That's a good possibility. This little piece right up here. Right there, just above the cursor. Claudio had a chance at UFOs. John Carter tested that in theory. Great movie, by the way. The 420 Hero says, I love this chat. Definitely subbed up. Appreciate it, man. Here's another thing that's kind of goofy. Look at this. Look at this rock right here with all of this. Looks like a leaf. Like a stone leaf. You know how you can see like the veins within the leaf? Look at that. Pretty cool, right? I found that really interesting. Sometimes you can see what these rocks look like. You know, like you see, like, let's say a handful of smooth. All of a sudden you just see super jagged ones. It's like it's one thing to be like in a lake bed, a river bed, an ancient one. And then all of a sudden, it's like, you know, you'd expect them to be smooth, right? Unless, of course, it was recent and the rocks ended up in there. But when you see nothing but smooth rocks, all of a sudden you see something super jagged. It's like it stands out of, you know, just out of its environment. But really weird. This thing, it almost looks like a statue of some kind of animal. You can see it like, almost looks like an air type thing. The face of it looking that way. Almost looks like it has this weird claw type thing. Now, of course, that might be pareidolia, which I hate using that word. Just right there, you can see this. And again, it looks like it's on this weird platform type thing. Either way, this thing in the back, no way. I mean, some white piece standing right there. You can see it on the top of this. They didn't take that all that white out of there. Yeah, there's just a lot of cool stuff in here, guys. Let's have a look down here. You never know what you're going to find. There's always something weird going on. Look at this thing standing up. Looks like it's vertical more than it is horizontal. Because you can see this flat piece here. Right there. These pieces sticking right out here. Look at all these straight pieces just laying on the ground right here. See that? Now, you can have broken off pieces of, you know, flat rock, of course. But way too much of it, man. It just... Like I said, what I've seen in these pictures, no. Look at this piece right here. Nice straight edge. Seems like it's got this nice corner at the back of it. Just this area alone, right there, these pieces, I'm going to put it right in the middle of the circle. And even right next to this cursor, look at this little white box type thing. Somebody could grab a burn tool and burn that. Oh, yeah, you find all kinds of crazy stuff. James Cragen, you said, Chris, isn't it amazing that the far landscape coloring from this rover is all the same? Because if you look at the other rover back landscape coloring, it's different in parts. Well, what do you think? Yeah, I mean, again, they try to put everything the same color, all right? But for some reason, the coloring is weird. It's just, that's how they mess with you. It's exactly how they do it. They mess with the colors. Again, if you were to show all the colors there, if you were to get all of this orange off, you'd see a lot of the colors. Even then, they're not going to be identical, meaning the right color. Because a lot of times they can change that up too, and then put it all one color after the fact. So they can change anything up they want to, and you'd be none the wiser. I love this stuff right here. This all looks like parts laying right there in the middle of the circle. Right there. Doesn't look natural. Just slowly go over these rocks so you can find anything of any value. Sometimes all it is just something just sticking out of the actual landscape. That's all it is. It's nothing special. It's just there. Let me see this here. I was just looking at this piece right here. Not sure what to make of that. This piece coming down right here. That's a nice shape to that. Straight right there. It's got a 90-degree corner. Drops right down. Comes down like this here. I see that right there. Right on the left of that cursor right there. Find that pretty interesting. Yes, Shadow Dark Knight, you said the bottom rock, you see different levels on it. Absolutely. Yep. Renee's counting the days. 76 days, 6 hours, 48 minutes, and 30 seconds till 180 days. Today is day 104. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Leslie Warren, yeah, you said neither does some metal on Mars, does not corrode, still luminous, shiny, etc. Yeah, that or it's like whitish, right? But either way, it's like reflects or stands out. And again, if you were to get rid of all the crap coloring and bring the natural color back, pretty close to it anyway, you could see a lot of things in here that you just go, okay, now it's standing out. And this is the reason why when I did this last video I just did, you can see things on there that, wow, stand right out. And like I said, like those little dome things that, like I said, looks like R2-D2 and stuff like that. It's just not natural. Now, of course, we call it that playing around, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Got a piece sticking right out of the sand here, or at least that's what it looks like right there. Yeah, you guys will get both of these pictures. Well, you get the pan and the picture we were just looking at. You guys can really get into this, because it'll take you a long time to go through this, especially the pan. Wow. So much in there to see. Just good stuff. This piece here, that's weird looking shapes in this thing right here. Pretty cool. This white piece right there. Dropping down. It's just funny how you see all of this rock and just chaos, and all of a sudden there's a little white strip. Like they just totally missed that. Even the rocks here at the top, look at this. See how it's just like they really messed at the top of this, because I don't believe this is sky in the back. I think there's a lot more going on back there. Many times you guys have seen this, you know, where you look at the sky or the top of these hills and you're going, what? That doesn't even make sense. You can just tell it's been blurred out or been taken out, and that there could be something much bigger behind it. Let's say these were structures and they're being dressed up to look, you know, like hills and buttes. You know, what about behind it? What if there's a lot more back there, but they just don't want to go through all the trouble of doing that, right? Rashomir Jones says, that looked like a claw. I agree with you. James Craig, and you said, Chris, yep, it looks like a type of wall there, man. Jim Dinahue, I didn't even see you in there. He said, obviously a geometric designs. Good to hear you, Chris. NASA needs to be held accountable. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Sometimes it just looks like just twisted metal is laying around, just on the surface, nothing special. Got pieces like this here. What do you guys suppose that is? Nice thin piece right there. Looks like either a piece of steel or whatever. Now, guys, if you can always bet they had steel. You could bet it's like pure aluminum or something that'll last through the years. A form of titanium, whatever it may be. Reinforced. How do we know, right? So it'll be able to last throughout the years. And again, my theory, in my opinion, I don't believe this is all that long ago as far as when this all took place. I don't think it happened all that long ago. Again, we've talked about this where they said that there was 2 large explosions right in the lower atmosphere of Mars in 1941. They actually observed this. If that's true, then this wasn't all that long ago that all this is like this. Now, some people believe that it's been millions of years ago. And I don't believe that's the case. Don't get me wrong. Some people say, well, it could be preserved because there's not a whole lot of atmosphere and stuff like that. But there is a water cycle, like in Gale Crater. There is, and you can bet there's one over here in Jezero Crater, where they're at now. At least a little bit, maybe not a whole lot. But if there was over in Gale Crater, you can almost bet it's there too, although it may not be. So, to me, like I said, I think, there probably wouldn't be here too. There would be. So, but you still have weathering. You still have wind. You still have all that stuff. So, doesn't that affect it as well? But, I don't think it's all that long ago. This is the reason why we're still seeing a lot of this stuff through their manipulations in censoring. And I know you guys have seen this. Looks like this weird sheet metal blanket sitting right in these rocks. Let me guess. It's another layered rock? No. I mean, what? Even this piece here to the right of it, what is that? It looks like a tree stump or some kind of tree growing off the side of the this hillside. Now, is it? No idea. Looks that way, though. Rather interesting details in these so-called rocks. And like I said, just the last video alone shows many things in there. There's just no way that this stuff is natural. And I love it because it's like I said, it's like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what you're going to find in this, right? And like I said, you guys can, get these links because, you'll get them. I try to do it right after this thing. YouTube actually makes it available where it's all... well, basically, it's all finalized for them, and they put it on the site, put it on the page, and then I drop the links, and then you guys can have those and check them out yourself, and just peruse over this thing, man. It's just crazy some of the things you'll find in here. So we got a flat rock here with a wall on it. At least that's the way it appears. We got to think of that. Look at it. Goes up vertically, goes around, but then it looks like you got like a base of a rock, and you got a shadow that's hiding the sun. You guys ever see a wall like built onto a rock? I mean, what are we seeing here? Leslie Warren, you said so dark, though, in the wrong places, Chris. Lighting not right in the buttes. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, many times you'll see, like, shadows that should be there. They're not. And then you see things, just weird things out of place. It could be, Ricardo. He said, could the Mars catastrophe coincide with the same Earth catastrophe at the end of the last ice age, circa 120? Yeah, it could very well be. We don't know if there was, like, a whole bunch of, like, rocks from space hit the planet at the same time. We don't know. Of course, they got their theories and their best thinking on this. But is it what they think? I mean... they can see the trajectory of a lot of these asteroids and rocks and everything out in space, right? Because they can see with telescopes, and of course they can track their orbiting and get a decent idea as to where they're going to go. Like they were talking about Apophis, right? That was supposed to hit Earth. Oh, come very close. They said it may be an issue. Now they're saying it won't be. They said it won't be an issue at all, and then it'll be fine. And it's like, okay, I probably wouldn't be around to know about it anyway. So. But it's good to hear, right? Look at this thing. What is that? Look at it, just strange features for rocks. Look at this. Look at this. This is great. Check this thing out. Look at how it's got like little sections, like a little framework in this rock type thing. See that? Nice contour right there. The way this thing's shaped on the side. What do you guys think of that thing? Yeah, the 420 here, he said, I'm back. I watched a bit of the Antarctica video. I got to finish it, though. If you watch the thesis by... hold on. Let me shut this phone off. It keeps going off. It's, like, distracting me here. I can just see the thing lighting up. I don't have the actual... What do you call it on here? Let me go ahead. Anyway, if you look at the Sarah Michelle's thesis, her full thesis, it's like 3 hours and 10 minutes long, but it's basically put to, I call it the scrolling book. I put that together where it's like a scrolling book type thing, and it has like some music and classical or whatever behind it. But you can literally watch that, and everything she said on there. She also had a group of people that actually did some testing on the soil, and there was actually metal in the soil and dated back to 95 to 120,000 years ago. And when you watch the videos that I have on there, just some of the stuff we're seeing in the background and what they're doing, the same thing, they're messing with the photos. You could see some crazy, crazy things in there that, again, they're hiding, just like they're doing in the moon photos and just like they're doing here in the Martian photos. So, pretty interesting. And pretty real. They want to suppress our past. They just don't want people to know. This is a pretty interesting little corner here, right there. Goes straight across. Has the corner right here. Comes out straight this way. Has something right there. I'm not sure what to make of that. I don't know if it's standing up right there or that's just a piece of the rock coming out of there. Pretty cool. More pieces right here in the center. What's going on there, Mr. Taft Baker? He said there's talk about going to Mars, employing what propulsion system or systems. Well, you know, they're telling the public they're going to use regular rocketry, right? But you can always bet it's going to be like an ion drive or whatever. Even if it starts off as a... Now, I don't know if they can do that. You guys think they can run like a combination drive? Like, in other words, a simple standard rocket type thing to get out of the atmosphere and then use like an ion drive to kick in after the fact. Which it really doesn't really matter to a certain degree, because here's the thing. Once you get out of the grip of Earth's atmosphere and its gravity and everything else, you shut the engines off, you got them on a trajectory, kind of like they would do at every, any craft they've ever sent there. It's on a trajectory, and of course it just, just has its regular retro rockets or whatever little rockets on there to just steer it, yaw and roll and everything else. And to get it to where it's got to go, and then of course it uses the fuel to either enter the atmosphere or just get into the orbit of Mars. So, yeah. So, it may be a combination of things. I don't know, Taff. Here we go, guys. Look at the thumbs up. We're up there again. Back down again. Let me see. Oh, Renee, yeah, I was just reading your comment. You said the unnameable and unmentionable rival always talks about trolls on his channel. You know who he's talking about, and he blames him for the thumb. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the time to do that. I really don't. I could care less. It's like, I've gotten past that. I don't need to do that. That's just silliness. But as you can tell, he's still on that kick. And this is what, a year and a half ago? Almost 2 years ago. And is still on that kick about it. from what I understand, still even mentions my channel, which is sad. It's really, really sad. And it wouldn't surprise me if he has something to do with this, as far as these numbers dropping. He had somebody who was going to hack my channel a long time ago. And by the way, that person who's going to hack my channel actually got a hold of me personally. You know what he told me? He said that other party's never been hacked. He's full of it. Said he's never been hacked. And he can tell you that for sure. But yet he claims, oh, I've been hacked, trolls. He's the one that's doing to everybody else. That's exactly what he's doing. He's doing it to everybody else and making it sound like little old me's being attacked. Bull. People fall for that. I just can't understand how they fall for that. Trying to be all friendly with people. In the meantime, behind everybody's back, he's like really doing his best he can to like attack other channels. It's not right. It's just not right. But hey, whatever gets him through the day. Like I said, I sleep like a baby at night. It doesn't stop me from making videos. And it's not going to stop me from bringing this stuff to you guys. You know? The only thing that'll stop me is if YouTube gets completely stupid and I'm just going to just jump off of it. That's all. And, you know, I don't need YouTube to do anything. You know what I mean? Nope. Recluse Lord 666, he says, what's up with all of the cephalopod type one-arm things with crab hand? Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, you don't know if it's just goofy shapes we're looking at, and it's just shadows and stuff playing with our eyes, or it's actually there, and it just makes you wonder, right? Look at this thing at the top of this. You notice how it's more blurred up the more you go to the background? Look at this. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand that some things will be a little clearer, some things not, but wow. Some of this stuff is really bad. But check this out. We sure that's natural? I don't think so. Bushcraft Survival Jack. He says, good night, guys. I'm tired. See you next time. All right, man. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for supporting the channel, and I will see you soon. Have a good weekend there, right? We're going to be closing this down here ourselves. And, guys, do me a huge favor. We see what they're doing on this channel, knocking the thumbs down. Let's everybody get together all at once right now and go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Just enough to piss them off. What do you think? Let's do that. Just everybody hit it all at once. Hit the thumbs up, and we'll stop the feed. That'll piss them off. Everybody just nail that thumbs up. Got 222 watching. Nail that bad boy right now. And I'm going to let everybody go. Great hangout as always. Thanks for the support. You guys are awesome. Nothing but love for you guys. And we're not going to let these people just, sway us one way or the other. We're going to show them what time it is, and we're going to keep plugging on. Some of these channels have more subs than I do, and they don't get half the watchers or half the thumbs up. Is that the reason why it's being toyed with? Think about that a minute. Pretty sad, if you ask me. Pretty sad existence. So, let's show them what's up. Hit it so they don't have a chance to actually knock it back down. And I'll just go ahead and drop it. When I see this thing hit its peak, I'm going to go ahead and end this thing and give them the big old F you and have a great day. So anyway, guys, again, thanks for the support. You guys are awesome. This has been a cool one. I couldn't wait to bring some of these other things and show you that other photo that looked a lot like we saw on Mars as far as the city and how it can look hazy and everything else from above. And that's what happens. Believe it or not, that's what happens. So it looked a lot like we were seeing in the background. So there you go, right? So I think that's pretty interesting. And we were able to do a couple of these pans or pictures. So I'm glad I could do this tonight. This is exciting. I was actually really excited to go on tonight. Even with these other people on here, these other people, we see these little thumbs down and they're playing around with the numbers. But like I said, I'll get to the bottom of it. I'll figure out what's up. Don't worry. People have come to me and told me who's playing games. We'll see what's going on. And we'll take care of that. Or we'll just let Karma handle it. Karma's pretty cool. I like Karma. We're buddies. So, like I said, guys, I'm going to jump off of this. Thank you all for your support. You guys are awesome. And like I said, I can't say it enough. Real genuine people get real participants. Oh, absolutely. James, thank you. It's a great hangout again tonight and great comments from everyone. Take care and be safe. We will talk soon, my friends. Couldn't put it a better way, man. Couldn't put it a better way. Leslie Warren says, love it, Chris. And I did thumbs up. Had to do it again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So every time somebody thumbed it up, it got knocked back down. So that's why I'm saying go ahead and hit it. Get it up there as far as we can get it. There's 200 watching right now. Hit this bad boy. Let's give them the big FU. And they can bite my crank. Oh, anyway. So, yeah. Alien Hunting Dragon says, good fortune to all. And you, Chris. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. I do appreciate that. Have yourself a good one as well. David Clark says, hello and good night. Dave Masty to you as well, brother. Thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. Again, nail that thumbs up on the way out. So they don't win. We don't want them to win. Let's just keep them. Let's just mess with them back. Let's push back. Had enough of this BS. But like I said, bang, bang on them like buttons. James Cragen says, slam it. Like I said, we had over 160 at one point. It dropped way down to like 67 and started going back up. Got knocked down again. Somebody said it was 3 times he saw it drop. BS. You can guarantee you guys, all you guys are awesome. You probably already hit that like button. And guess what they did? They turned around and they started to mess with the channel again. So let's hit it. Get them up as high as we can. And then we'll drop it. Drop it on them. Night, all peace and respect. Jay McGuffey says, okay, Jay. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for your support as always. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs says, cheers, Chris. Always a thumbs up. Appreciate it, man. Rashamir Jones, you said yes because you show them the facts. Absolutely. Absolutely. Much support to you, Chris. Alien Hunter Dragon. Same back at you. Much love for you guys. Well, you see what the games they're playing there, right, David? He said, I clicked the thumbs up, it said 125, then jumped down to 120. That's what I'm saying. They're literally messing with this thing right now as we speak. And it's like, that's fine. Like I said, you know what the sad part about it is? They'll never have the people we have here. And even though they have larger channels, they still don't get the same turnout as our Hangout. This is the reason why they said, hey, well, how can we mess with this channel? We'll make it look like they're getting less thumbs up. So we'll mess with this channel bad and make him look like he's not getting the numbers he's getting. But yet we are. We're getting the views. And the person who has a lot more subs than us are getting less views in their videos. What's that tell you? Keeping it real. That's pretty much the way it goes. Thomas says, thumbs up, everyone. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. Yeah, he was a wanker. What do you mean was? Oh, yeah, I guarantee it. I was just reading your other one, Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. I got some real replies from, yeah. Oh, I know. Went round and round with him. And he's still at it. All right. So I'm going to jump off this thing, guys. Again, hit the thumbs up on the way out. There's 185 still watching. Hit the thing and on the way out. And I'm going to give it a minute or two. And then we're going to jump off this ourselves. Much love to all of you guys. Have a great weekend. Be safe. And we'll see you guys soon. Peace, guys. Let me just jump right back in there. Chimera, I do appreciate your support. Much love to you. Thank you very much for your support. Yeah, like I said, you guys are awesome as far as anything support, whether it's just verbally, monetarily. like I said, got the best channel going here as far as I'm concerned, and I mean that. I mean, it's just, that's it. So, like I said, let me see. Robert Morgan says, much love, Chris. It's only showing 185 according to my YouTube face page. Well, yeah, I mean, but like I said, I know a lot of you guys always thumbs up when you're in here. I know that. And like I said, 3 times I've seen this thing drop. 3 times. Went from like 160 down to 80. What's that telling you? So somebody's hacking or doing something else, and we're going to figure it out. Don't worry. I mean, if they want to play games, we can do that. But like I said, I'm not sure of who it is. I'm not going to say anything, but I've got my ideas. But like I said, Karma is a good friend of mine, so I don't have to do a thing. And I'm not going to play games with people. I just don't care to. I don't have the time. I just don't need the aggravation. And it's not even need the aggravation. I could care less. It's just the idea. It's like, childish. But, it catches up to these people at some point, and it'll bite them. Martian Leader says, I'm out too. Good night, all. I'll be back next Friday. Absolutely, guys. And again, let me see. Tremera, thank you again for your support. Much love to you. And like I said, we're going to jump on off of this thing. Like I said, don't forget, just nail a thumbs up, everyone. MG Toe says the same thing. Thumbs up, everyone. James Gray says, loved you all. Arts and Crafts says, have a lovely week, Chris. Stay safe. You do the same, Arts and Crafts. Be safe. And I hope you have a great weekend. And we'll see you guys in the videos coming up too, all right? So we're going to jump off this thing. You guys, I'm going to leave it on for another minute or two. And I'll see you guys on the flip side there, right? Cheers, guys. Phil C., you guys are going to keep me on here. Phil C., thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate it. You said good one. I do appreciate it. You guys, like I said, are unreal. Nothing but mad love for you guys. And like I said, I've been on other channels. I even go to a lot of other channels for their hangouts and stuff, like P&K imaging, moon imaging, space imaging, and stuff like that. Good stuff. I love to watch good stuff like that. And, they got great people in there. And they're... when they have live feeds and stuff like that. But here, hands down, I think are the best people. I'm not saying it because they're saying, well, it's your live feed, so you're saying it. No, I just mean that because I've been on other live feeds, and if you guys have been too, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, people get along and they show some love with each other, but I don't know. I don't know if it's quite as the same, But again, Phil, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Oh, no, James, that far from they're going to break us. There's no way. They could try as they may, but it's not going to happen. almost going to shut the live feed down, guys. So please put your trays in an upright position, and please deboard the plane. Oh, but yeah, I'm just letting you guys chit chat a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and just shut it down. Marshman Jones says, I'm out. Good night. And somebody had said, I think somebody asked about merchandise. On a lot of the phones, if you're looking at my channel, you should have advertisements under it, but I'll make sure in the future that because I do have on a Teespring, I do have some merchandise. So what we'll do is we'll link it up and we'll get it set up. And your support is always good, guys. I do appreciate you guys. So we'll definitely be doing that. Like I said, a lot of phones, you should be able to see it on your phone. It'll have the actual merchandise underneath the actual video. So we'll see. We'll get it definitely hooked up for you guys. We'll go 2 more minutes. It just turned 48 on me. It's 8:48 my time. Of course, it's probably a little different for you guys. 2 more minutes and we'll shut her down. Everybody have a great night. Be safe. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.